Father, we love you. Lord, I pray for peace, comfort, safety, provision, healing, and rest for all, and that we know you, Lord Jesus. The book of Exodus, chapter 37. Then Bezalel made the ark of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits was its length, a cubit and a half its width, and the cubit and a half its height. He overlaid it with pure gold, inside and outside, and made a molding of gold all around it. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold to be set. In its 4 corners, 2 rings on one side and 2 rings on the other side of it. He made poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. And he put the poles into the rings at the sides of the ark to bear the ark. He also made the mercy seat of pure gold. 2.5 cubits was its length, and a cubit and a half its width. He made 2 cherubim of beaten gold. He made them of one piece at the 2 ends of the mercy seat. 1 cherub at one end and on this side, and the other cherub at the other end on that side. He made the cherubim at the 2 ends of one piece with the mercy seat. The cherubim spread out their wings above and covered the mercy seat with their wings. They faced one another. The faces of the cherubim were toward the mercy seat. He made the table of acacia wood. 2 cubits was its length, a cubit its width, and a cubit and a half its height. And he overlaid it with pure gold and made a molding of gold all around it. Also he made a frame of a handbreadth all around it, and made a molding of gold for the frame all around it. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings on the 4 corners that were at its 4 legs. The rings were close to the frame as holders for the poles to bear the table. And he made the poles of acacia wood to bear the table, and overlaid them with gold. He made of pure gold the utensils which were on the table, its dishes, its cups, its bowls, and its pitchers for pouring. He also made the lampstand of pure gold. Of hammered work he made the lampstand, its shaft, its branches, its bowls, its ornamental knobs, and its flowers were of the same piece. And 6 branches came out of its sides, 3 branches of the lampstand out of one side, and 3 branches of the lampstand out of the other side. There were 3 bowls made like almond blossoms on one branch, with an ornamental knob and a flower, and 3 bowls made like almond blossoms on the other branch, with an ornamental knob and a flower. And so for the 6 branches coming out of the lampstand, and on the lampstand itself were 4 bowls made like almond blossoms, each with its ornamental knob and flower. There was a knob under the first 2 branches of the same, a knob under the second 2 branches of the same, and a knob under the third 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches extending from it. Their knobs and their branches were of one piece. All of it was one hammered piece of pure gold. And he made its 7 lamps, its wick, trimmers, and its trays of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold, he made it with all its utensils. He made the incense altar of acacia wood. Its length was a cubit, and its width a cubit. It was square, and 2 cubits was its height. Its horns were of one piece with it, and he overlaid it with pure gold, its top, its sides, all around, and its horns. He also made for it a molding of gold all around it. He made 2 rings of gold for it under its molding, for its 2 corners on both sides, as holders for the poles with which to bear it. And he made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. He also made the holy anointing oil and the pure incense of sweet spices, according to the work of the perfumer. Chapter 38. He made the altar of burnt offering of acacia wood. 5 cubits was its length, and 5 cubits its width. It was square, and its height was 3 cubits. He made its horns on its 4 corners. The horns were of one piece with it, and he overlaid it with bronze. He made all the utensils for the altar, the pans, the shovels, the basins, the forks, and the fire pans. All its utensils he made of bronze. And he made a grate of bronze network for the altar under its rim midway from the bottom. He cast 4 wings for the 4 corners of the bronze grating as holders for the poles. And he made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with bronze. Then he put the poles into the rings on the sides of the altar with which to bear it. He made the altar hollow with boards. He made the laver of bronze and its base of bronze. From the bronze mirrors of the serving women, he assembled at the door of the tabernacle of meeting. Then he made the court on the south side. The hangings of the court were of the fine woven linen, 100 cubits long. There were 20 pillars for them, with 20 bronze sockets. The hooks of the pillars and their bands were silver. On the north side, the hangings were 100 cubits long, with 20 pillars and their 20 bronze sockets. The hooks of the pillars and their bands were silver, and on the west side there were hanging of 50 cubits with 10 pillars and their 10 sockets. The hooks of the pillars and their bands were silver. For the east side, the hangings were 50 cubits. The hangings of one side of the gate were 15 cubits long, with their 3 pillars and their 3 sockets, and the same for the other side of the court gate. On this side and that were hangings of 15 cubits, with their 3 pillars and their 3 sockets. All the hangings of the court all around were of fine woven linen. The sockets for the pillars were bronze. The hooks of the pillars and their bands were silver, and the overlay of their capitals was silver, and all the pillars of the court had bands of silver. The screen for the gate of the court was woven of blue, purple, and scarlet thread, and of fine woven linen. The length was 20 cubits, and the height along its width was 5 cubits, corresponding to the hangings of the court. And there were 4 pillars with their 4 sockets of bronze. Their hooks were silver, and the overlay of their capitals and their bands was silver. All the pegs of the tabernacle and of the court all around were bronze. This is the inventory of the tabernacle of the testimony, which was counted according to the commandment of Moses for the service of the Levites by the hand of Ithamar, son of Aaron the priest. Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur of the tribe of Judah, made all that the Lord had commanded Moses. And with him was Ahaliab, the son of Ahisamach of the tribe of Dan, an engraver and designer, a weaver of blue, purple, and scarlet thread, and of fine linen, all the gold that was used in all the work of the holy place. That is, the gold of the offspring was 29 talents and 730 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. And the silver from those who were numbered of the congregation was 100 talents and 1,775 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. A bekah for each man, that is half a shekel, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, for everyone included in the numbering from 20 years old and above, for 603,550 men. And from the 100 talents of silver were cast the sockets of the sanctuary and the bases of the veil, 100 sockets from the 100 talents, 1 talent for each socket. Then from the 1,775 shekels he made hooks for the pillars, overlaid their capitals, and made bands for them. The offering of bronze was 70 talents and 2,400 shekels, and with it he made the sockets for the door of the tabernacle of meeting, the bronze altar, the bronze grating for it, and all the utensils of the altar. The sockets for the court all around, the bases for the court gate, all the pegs for the tabernacle, and all the pegs for the court all around. Chapter 39. Of the blue, purple, and scarlet thread they made garments of ministry for ministering in the holy place, and made the holy garments for Aaron, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He made the ephod of gold, blue, purple, and scarlet thread, and of fine woven linen. And they beat the gold into thin sheets and cut it into threads to work it in with the blue, purple, and scarlet thread, and the fine linen into artistic designs. They made shoulder straps for it to couple it together. It was coupled together at its two edges, and the intricately woven band of his ephod that was on it was of the same workmanship, woven of gold, blue, purple, and scarlet thread, and of a fine woven linen, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And they set onyx stones enclosed in settings of gold. They were engraved as signets are engraved, with the names of the sons of Israel. He put them on the shoulders of the ephod as memorial stones for the sons of Israel, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he made the breastplate artistically woven like the workmanship of the ephod, of gold, blue, purple, and scarlet thread, and of fine woven linen. They made the breastplate square by doubling it. A span was its length, and a span in its width when doubled. And they set in it 4 rows of stones. A row with a sardius, a topaz, and an emerald was the first row. The second row, a turquoise, a sapphire, and a diamond. The third row, a jacinth, an agate, and an amethyst. The fourth row, a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They were enclosed in settings of gold in their mountings. There were 12 stones according to the names of the sons of Israel, according to their names engraved like a signet, each one with its own name according to the 12 tribes. And they made chains for the breastplate at the ends, like braided cords of pure gold. They also made 2 settings of gold and 2 gold rings, and put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And they put the 2 braided chains of gold and the 2 rings on the ends of the breastplate. And the 2 ends of the 2 braided chains they fastened in the 2 settings and put them on the shoulder straps of the ephod in the front. And they made 2 rings of gold and put them on the 2 ends of the breastplate, on the edge of it, which was on the inward side of the ephod. They made 2 other gold rings and put them on the 2 shoulder straps and underneath the ephod toward its front, right at the seam above the intricately woven band of the ephod. And they bound the breastplate by means of its rings to the rings of the ephod with a blue cord, so that it would be above the intricately woven band of the ephod, and that the breastplate would not come loose from the ephod, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He made the robe of the ephod of woven work all of blue. And there was an opening in the middle of the robe, like the opening in a coat of mail, with the woven binding all around the opening, so that it would not tear. They made on the hem of the robe pomegranates of blue, purple, and scarlet, and of fine woven linen. And they made bells of pure gold, and put the bells between the pomegranates on the hem of the robe, all around between the pomegranates. A bell and a pomegranate, a bell and a pomegranate, all around the hem of the robe to minister in, as the Lord had commanded Moses. They made tunics artistically woven of fine linen for Aaron and his sons, a turban of fine linen, exquisite hats of fine linen, short trousers of fine woven linen, and a sash of fine woven linen with blue, purple, and scarlet thread made by a weaver, as the Lord had commanded Moses. Then they made the plate of the holy crown of pure gold and wrote on it an inscription like the engraving of a signet, holiness to the Lord. And they tied it a blue cord to fasten it above on the turban, as the Lord had commanded Moses. Thus all the work of the tabernacle of the tent of meeting was finished, and the children of Israel did according to all that the Lord had commanded Moses, so they did. And they brought the tabernacle to Moses, the tent, and all its furnishings, its clasps, its boards, its bars, its pillars, and its sockets, the covering of ram skins dyed red, the covering of badger skins, and the veil of the covering, the ark of the testimony with its poles, and the mercy seat, the table, all its utensils, and the showbread, the pure gold lampstand with all its lamps, the lamps set in order, and all its utensils, and the oil for light, the gold altar, the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, the screen for the tabernacle door, the bronze altar, its grate of bronze, its poles, and all its utensils, the layer with its base, the hangings of the court, its pillars and its sockets, the screen for the court gate, its cords and its pegs, all the utensils for the service of the tabernacle for the tent of meeting, and the garments of ministry to minister in the holy place, the holy garments of Aaron the priest, and his sons' garments to minister as priests, according to all that the Lord had commanded Moses. So the children of Israel did all the work. And Moses looked over all the work, and indeed they had done it as the Lord had commanded, just so they had done it. And Moses blessed them. Chapter 40. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, On the first day of the first month, you shall set up the tabernacle of the tent of meeting. You shall put in it the ark of the testimony and partition of the ark with the veil. You shall bring in the table and arrange the things that are to be set in order on it. And you shall bring in the lampstand and light its lamps. You shall also set the altar of gold for the incense before the ark of the testimony, and put up the screen for the door of the tabernacle. Then you shall set the altar of the burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of meeting. And you shall set the laver between the tabernacle of meeting and the altar, and put water in it. You shall set up the court all around, and hang up the screen at the court gate. And you shall take the anointing oil and anoint the tabernacle and all that is in it. And you shall hallow it and all its utensils, and it shall be holy. You shall anoint the altar of the burnt offering and all the utensils, and consecrate the altar. The altar shall be most holy. And you shall anoint the laver and its base, and consecrate it. Then you shall bring Aaron and his sons to the door of the tabernacle of meeting, and wash them with water. You shall bring the holy garments of Aaron, and anoint him and consecrate him, that he may And you shall take the anointing oil and anoint the tabernacle and all that is in it, and you shall hallow it and all its utensils, and it shall be holy. You shall anoint the altar of the burnt offering and all its utensils, and consecrate the altar. The altar shall be most holy. And you shall anoint the laver and its base, and consecrate it. Then you shall bring Aaron and his sons to the door of the tabernacle of meeting, and wash them with water. You shall put the holy garments on Aaron, and anoint him and consecrate him, that he may minister to me as priest. And you shall bring his sons and clothe them with tunics. You shall anoint them as you anointed their father, that they may minister to me as priests, for their anointing shall surely be an everlasting priesthood throughout their generations. Thus Moses did according to all that the Lord had commanded him, so he did. And it came to pass in the first month of the second year, on the first day of the month, that the tabernacle was raised up. So Moses raised up the tabernacle, fastened its sockets, set up its boards, put in its bars, and raised up its pillars. And he spread out the tent over the tabernacle, and put the covering of the tent on top of it, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He took the testimony and put it into the ark, inserted the poles throughout the rings of the ark, and put the mercy seat on top of the ark. And he brought the ark into the tabernacle, hung up the veil of the covering, and partitioned off the ark of the testimony, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He put the table in the tabernacle of meeting on the north side of the tabernacle outside the wall, and he set the bread in order upon it before the Lord, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He put the lampstand in the tabernacle of meeting, across from the table on the south side of the tabernacle, and he lit the lamps before the Lord, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He put the gold altar into the tabernacle of meeting in front of the veil, and he burned sweet incense on it. And as the Lord had commanded Moses, he hung up the screen at the door of the tabernacle, and he put the altar of burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of meeting, and offered upon it the burnt offering and the grain offering, as the Lord had commanded Moses. He set the lever between the tabernacle of meeting and the altar, and put water there for washing. And Moses, Aaron, and his sons would wash their hands and their feet with water from it whenever he went into the tabernacle of meeting. And when they came near the altar, they washed as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he raised up the court all around the tabernacle and the altar, and hung up the screen of the court gate. So Moses finished the work. Then the cloud covered the tabernacle of meeting, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. And Moses was not able to enter the tabernacle of meeting because the cloud rested above it. And the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Whenever the cloud was taken up from above the tabernacle, the children of Israel would go onward in all their journeys. But if the cloud was not taken up, then they did not journey till the day that it was taken up. For the cloud of the Lord was above the tabernacle by day, and fire was over it by night, in the sight of all the house of Israel throughout all their journeys. The book of Leviticus, chapter 1. Leviticus is God's guidebook for his newly redeemed people, showing them how to worship, serve, and obey a holy God. Fellowship with God through sacrifice and obedience, show the awesome holiness of the God of Israel. Indeed, you shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. Leviticus focuses on the worship and walk of the nation of God. In Exodus, Israel was redeemed and established as a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. Leviticus shows how God's people are so fulfilling their priestly calling. The Hebrew title is Waegra, and he called. The Talmud refers to Leviticus as the law of the priests and the law of the offerings. The Greek title appeared in the Septuagint as Ludicon, that which pertains to the Levites. From this word, the Latin Vulgate derived the name Leviticus, which was adopted as the English title. This title is slightly misleading because the book does not deal with the Levites as a whole, but more with the priests, a segment of the Levites. Chapter 1. Now the Lord called to Moses and spoke to him from the tabernacle of meeting, saying, Speak to the children of Israel and say to them, when any one of you brings an offering to the Lord, you shall bring your offering of the livestock, of the herd, and of the flock. If this offering is burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it of his own free will at the door of the tabernacle of meeting before the Lord. Then he shall put his hand on the head of the burnt offering, and it will be accepted on his behalf to make atonement for him. He shall kill the bull before the Lord, and the priests, Aaron's sons, shall bring the blood and sprinkle the blood all around on the altar that is by the door of the tabernacle of meeting. And he shall skin the burnt offering and cut it into its pieces. The sons of Aaron, the priest, shall put fire on the altar and lay the wood in order on the fire. Then the priests, Aaron's sons, shall lay the parts the head and the fat in order on the wood that is on the fire upon the altar. But he shall wash its entrails and its legs with water, and the priest shall burn all on the altar as a burnt offering, an offering made by wood, by fire, a sweet aroma to the Lord. If his offering is of the flocks, of the sheep, or of the goats, as a burnt sacrifice, he shall bring a male without blemish. He shall kill it on the north side of the altar before the Lord and the priests. Aaron's sons shall sprinkle its blood all around on the altar, and he shall cut it into its pieces with its head and its fat, and the priest shall lay them in order on the wood that is on the fire upon the altar. But he shall wash the entrails and the legs with water. Then the priest shall bring it all and burn it on the altar. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, a sweet aroma to the Lord. And if the burnt sacrifice of his offering to the Lord is of birds, then he shall bring its offering of turtle doves or young pigeons. The priest shall bring it to the altar, wring off its head, and burn it on the altar. Its blood shall be drained out at the side of the altar, and he shall remove its crop with its feathers and cast it aside the altar on the east side into the place for ashes. Then he shall split it at its wings, but shall not divide it completely, and the priest shall burn it on the altar, on the wood that is on the fire. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, a sweet aroma to the Lord. Chapter 2. When anyone offers a grain offering to the Lord, his offering shall be of fine flour, and he shall pour oil on it and put frankincense on it. He shall bring it to Aaron's sons, the priests, one of whom shall take from it his handful of fine flour and oil with all the frankincense, and the priest shall burn it as a memorial on the altar, an offering made by fire, a sweet aroma to the Lord. The rest of the grain offering shall be Aaron's and his son. It is most holy of the offerings to the Lord made by fire. And if you bring as an offering a grain offering baked in the oven, it shall be unleavened cakes of fine flour mixed with oil, or unleavened wafers anointed with oil. But if your offering is a grain offering baked in a pan, it shall be of fine oil, unleavened mixed with oil. You shall break it in pieces and pour oil on it. It is a grain offering. If your offering is a grain offering baked in a covered pan, it shall be made of fine flour with oil. You shall bring the grain offering that is made of these things to the Lord, and when it is presented to the priest, he shall bring it to the altar. Then the priest shall take from the grain offering a memorial portion and burn it on the altar. It is an offering made by fire, a sweet aroma to the Lord. And what is left of the grain offering shall be Aaron's and his sons. It is most holy of the offerings to the Lord made by fire. No grain offering which you bring to the Lord shall be made with leaven, for you shall burn no leaven nor any honey in any offering to the Lord made by the fire. As for the offering of the first fruits, you shall offer them to the Lord, but they shall not be burned on the altar for a sweet aroma. And every offering of your grain offering you shall season with salt. You shall not allow the salt of the covenant of your God to be lacking from your grain offering. With all your offerings you shall offer salt. If you offer a grain offering of your first fruits to the Lord, you shall offer for the grain offering of your first fruits grain heads and grain roasted on the fire, grain beaten with full heads. And you shall put oil on it and lay frankincense on it. It is a grain offering. Then the praise shall burn the memorial portion, part of its beaten grain and part of its oil, with all the frankincense as an offering made by fire to the Lord. Chapter 3. When his offering is a sacrifice of the peace offering, if he offers it of the herd, whether male or female, he shall offer it without blemish before the Lord. And he shall lay his hand on the head of its offering and kill it at the door of the tabernacle of meeting. And Aaron's sons, the priests, shall sprinkle the blood all around on the altar. Then he shall offer from the sacrifice of the peace offering an offering made by fire to the Lord, the fat that covers the entrails and all the fat that is on the entrails, the two kidneys and the fat that is on them by the flanks, and the fatty lobe attached to the liver above the kidneys. He shall remove, and Aaron's son shall burn it on the altar upon this burnt sacrifice, which is on the wood that is on the fire, as an offering made by fire, a sweet aroma to the Lord. If his offering as a sacrifice of a peace offering to the Lord is of the flock, whether male or female, he shall offer it without blemish. If he offers a lamb as his offering, then he shall offer it before the Lord. And he shall lay his hand on the head of his offering and kill it before the tabernacle of meeting. And Aaron's son shall sprinkle its blood all around on the altar. Then he shall offer from the sacrifice of the peace offering as an offering made by fire to the Lord. Its fat and the whole fat tail, which he shall remove close to the backbone, and the fat that covers the entrails, and all the fat that is on the entrails, the two kidneys and the fat that is on them by the flanks, and the fatty lobe attached to the liver above the kidneys, he shall remove. And the priest shall burn them on the altar as food, an offering made by fire to the Lord. And if his offering is a goat, then he shall offer it before the Lord. He shall lay his hand on its head and kill it before the tabernacle of meeting. And the sons of Aaron shall sprinkle its blood all around on the altar. Then he shall offer from it his offering as an offering made by fire to the Lord, the fat that covers the entrails and all the fat that is on the entrails, the two kidneys and the fat that is on them by the flanks, and the fatty lobe attached to the liver above the kidneys he shall remove. And the priest shall burn them on the altar as food, an offering made by fire, for a sweet aroma. All the fat is the Lord's. This shall be a perpetual statute throughout your generation. In all your dwellings you shall eat neither fat nor blood. Chapter 4. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, If a person sins unintentionally against any of the commandments of the Lord in anything which ought not to be done, and does any of them, if the anointed priest sins, bringing guilty on the people, then let him offer to the Lord his sin, which he has sinned, a young bull without blemish as a sin offering. He shall bring the bull to the door of the tabernacle of meeting before the Lord, lay his hand on the bull's head, and kill the bull before the Lord. Then the anointed priest shall take some of the bull's blood and bring it to the tabernacle of meeting. The priest shall dip his finger in the blood and sprinkle some of the blood 7 times before the Lord in front of the veil of the sanctuary. And the priest shall put some of the blood on the horns of the altar of sweet incense before the Lord, which is in the tabernacle of meeting, and he shall pour the remaining blood of the bull at the base of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of meeting. He shall take from it all the fat of the bull as the sin offering, the fat that covers the entrails, and all the fat which is on the entrails, the 2 kidneys and the fat which is on them by the flanks, and the fatty lobe attached to the liver above the kidneys, he shall remove, as it was taken from the bull of the sacrifice of the peace offering, and the priest shall burn them on the altar of the burnt offering. But the bull's hide and all its flesh, with its head and legs, its entrails, and a fall, the whole bull he shall carry outside the camp to a clean place, where the ashes are poured out and burn it on wood with fire. Where the ashes are poured out, it shall be burned. Now, if the whole congregation of Israel sins unintentionally, and the thing is hidden from the eyes of the assembly, and they have done something against any of the commandments of the Lord, and anything which should not be done, and are guilty, when the sin which they have committed becomes known, then the assembly shall offer a young bull for the sin, and bring it before the tabernacle of meeting. And the elders of the congregation shall lay their hands on the head of the bull before the Lord. Then the bull shall be killed before the Lord. The anointed priest shall bring some of the bull's blood to the tabernacle of meeting. Then the priest shall dip his finger in the blood and sprinkle it 7 times before the Lord in front of the veil. And he shall put some of the blood on the horns of the altar, which is before the Lord, which is in the tabernacle of meeting. And he shall pour the remaining blood at the base of the altar of burnt offering, which is the blood of the tabernacle of meeting. He shall take all of the fat from it and burn it on the altar. And he shall do with the bull as he did with the bull as a sin offering. Thus he shall do with it. So the priest shall make atonement for them, and it shall be forgiven them. Then he shall carry the bull outside the camp and burn it as he burned the first bull. It is a sin offering for the assembly. When a ruler has sinned and done something unintentionally against any of the commandments of the Lord his God, and anything which should not be done, and is guilty, or if his sin which he has committed comes to his knowledge, he shall bring as his offering a kid of goats, a male without blemish, and he shall lay his hand on the head of the goat and kill it, and place where they kill the burnt offering before the Lord. It is a sin offering. The priest shall take some of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, put it on the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and pour its blood at the base of the altar of the burnt offering. And he shall burn all its fat on the altar like the fat of the sacrifice of the peace offering. So the priest shall make atonement for him concerning his son, and it shall be forgiven him. If anyone of the common people sins unintentionally by doing something against any of the commandments of the Lord in anything which ought not to be done, and is guilty, or if his sin which he has committed comes to his knowledge, then he shall bring as his offering a kid of the goats, a female without blemish, for his sin which he has committed. And he shall lay his hand on the head of the sin offering, and kill the sin offering at the place of the burnt offering. Then the priest shall take some of its blood with its finger, Put it on the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and pour all the remaining blood on the base of the altar. You shall remove all its fat as removed from the sacrifice of the peace offering, and the priest shall burn it on the altar for a sweet aroma to the Lord. So the priest shall make atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. If he brings a lamb as his sin offering, he shall bring a female without blemish. Then he shall lay his hand on the head of the sin offering and kill it as a sin offering at the place where they killed the burnt offering. The priest shall take some of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, put on the horns of the altar of burnt offerings, and pour all the remaining blood at the house of the altar. He shall remove all its fat, as the fat of the lamb is removed from the sacrifice of the peace offering. Then the priest shall burn it on the altar, according to the offerings made by fire to the Lord. So the priest shall make atonement for his sin that he has committed, and it shall be forgiven him. Chapter 5. If a person sins in hearing the utterance of an oath and is a witness whether he has seen or known of a matter, if he does not tell it, he bears guilt. Or if a person touches any unclean thing, whether it is the carcass of an unclean beast, or the carcass of unclean livestock, or the carcass of unclean creeping things, and he is unaware of it, he also shall be unclean and guilty. Or if he touches human uncleanness, whatever uncleanness with which a man may be defiled, and he is unaware of it, when he realizes it, then he shall be guilty. Or if a person swears speaking thoughtlessly with his hips to do evil or to do good, whatever it is that a man may pronounce by an oath, and he is unaware of it, when he realizes it, then he shall be guilty in any of these matters. And it shall be, when he is guilty in any of these matters, that he shall confess that he has sinned in that thing. I'm going to read that over. Chapter 5. If a person sins in hearing the utterance of an oath and is a witness, whether he has seen or known of the matter, if he does not tell it, he bears guilt. Or if a person touches any unclean thing, whether it is the carcass of an unclean beast, or the carcass of an unclean livestock, or the carcass of an unclean creeping things, and he is unaware of it, he also shall be unclean and guilty. And if he touches human uncleanness, whatever uncleanness with which a man may be defiled, and he is unaware of it, when he realizes it, then he shall be guilty. Or if a person swears, speaking thoughtlessly with his lips to do evil or to do good, whatever it is that a man may pronounce by an oath, and he is unaware of it, when he realizes it, then he shall be guilty in any of these matters. And it shall be, when he is guilty in any of these matters, that he shall confess that he has sinned in that thing. And he shall bring his trespass offering to the Lord for his sin which he has committed, a female from the flock, a lamb, or a kid of the goats, as a sin offering. So the priest shall make atonement for him concerning his sin. If he is not able to bring a lamb, then he shall bring to the Lord for his trespass which he has committed 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering. And he shall bring them to the priest, who shall offer that which is for the sin offering first, and wring off its head from its neck, but shall not divide it completely. Then he shall sprinkle some of the blood on the sin offering, on the side of the altar, and the rest of the blood shall be drained out at the base of the altar. It is a sin offering. And he shall offer the second as a burnt offering according to the prescribed manner. So the priest shall make atonement on his behalf for his sin which he has committed, and it shall be forgiven him. But if he is not able to bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, then he who sins shall bring for his offering 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a sin offering. He shall put no oil on it, nor shall he put frankincense on it, for it is a sin offering. Then he shall bring it to the priest, and the priest shall take his handful of it as a memorial portion, and burn it on the altar according to the offerings made by fire to the Lord. It is a sin offering. The priest shall make atonement for him for his sin that he has committed in any of these matters, for it shall be forgiven him. The rest shall be the priest's as a grain offering. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, if a person commits a trespass and sins unintentionally in regard to the holy things of the Lord, then he shall bring to the Lord as his trespass offering a ram without blemish from the flocks, with your valuation in shekels of silver according to the shekel of the sanctuary as a trespass offering. And he shall make restitution for the whole harm that he has done in regard to the holy thing, and shall add 1/5 to it and give it to the priest. So the priest shall make atonement for him and with the ram of the trespass offering, and it shall be forgiven him. If a person sins and commits any of these things, which are forbidden to be done by the commandments of the Lord, though he does not know it, yet he is guilty and shall bear his iniquity. And he shall bring to the priest a ram without blemish from the flock, with your valuation as a trespass offering. So the priest shall make atonement for him regarding his ignorance, in which he erred and did not know it, and it shall be forgiven him. If it is trespass offering, he has certainly trespassed against the Lord. Chapter 6. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, if a person sins and commits a trespass against the Lord by lying to his neighbor about what was delivered to him for safekeeping, or about a pledge, or about a robbery, or if he has extorted from his neighbor, or if he has found that was lost and lies concerning it and swears falsely, in any one of these things that a man may do in which he sins, then it shall be because he has sinned and is guilty, that he shall restore what he has stolen, or the thing which he has extorted, or what was delivered to him for safekeeping, or the lost thing which he found, or all that about which he has sworn falsely, he shall restore its full value, and 1/5 more to it, and give it to whomever it belongs on the day of his trespass offering. And he shall bring his trespass offering to the Lord, a ram without blemish from the flock, with your valuation as a trespass offering to the priest. So the priest shall make atonement for him before the Lord, and he shall be forgiven for any one of these things that he may have done in which he trespasses. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, command Aaron and his sons, saying, this is the law of the burnt offering. The burnt offering shall be on the hearth upon the altar all night and until morning, and the fire of the altar shall be kept burning on it. And the priest shall put on his linen garment, and his linen trousers he shall put on his body, and take up the ashes of the burnt offering, which the fire has consumed on the altar, and he shall put them beside the altar. Then he shall take off his garments, put on other garments, and carry the ashes outside the camp to a clean place. And the fire on the altar shall be kept burning on it. It shall not be put out. And the priest shall burn wood on it every morning, and lay the burnt offering in order on it, and he shall burn it on it the fat of the peace offerings. A fire shall always be burning on the altar. It shall never go out. This is the law of the grain offering. The sons of Aaron shall offer it on the altar before the Lord. He shall take from it his handful of the fine flour of the grain offering with its oil and all the frankincense which is on the grain offering, and shall burn it on the altar for a sweet aroma as a memorial to the Lord. And the remainder of it Aaron and his sons shall eat. With unleavened bread it shall be eaten in a holy place in the court of the tabernacle of meeting. They shall eat it. It shall not be baked with leaven. I have given it as their portion of my offerings made by fire. It is most holy, like the sin offering and the trespass offering. All the males among the children of Aaron may eat it. It shall be a statute forever in your generation concerning the offerings made by fire to the Lord. Everyone who touches them must be holy. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, This is the offering of Aaron and his sons, which they shall offer to the Lord, beginning on the day when he is anointed. 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a daily grain offering, half of it in the morning and half of it at night. It shall be made in a pan with oil. When it is mixed, you shall bring it in. The baked pieces of the grain offering you shall offer for a sweet aroma to the Lord. The priest from among his sons, who is anointed in his place, shall offer it. It is a statute forever to the Lord. It shall be wholly burned. For every grain offering for the priest shall be wholly burned. It shall not be eaten. Also the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and to his sons, saying, This is the law of the sin offering, in the place where the burnt offering is killed. The sin offering shall be killed before the Lord. It is most holy. The priest who offers it for sin shall eat it. In a holy place it shall be eaten, in the court of the tabernacle of meeting. Everyone who touches its flesh must be holy, and when its blood is sprinkled on any garment, and you shall wash that on which it is sprinkled in a holy place. But the earthen vessel in which it is boiled shall be broken, and if it is boiled in a bronze pot, it shall be both scoured and rinsed in water. All the males among the priests may eat it. It is most holy. But no sin offering from which any of the blood is brought into the tabernacle of meeting to make atonement in the holy place shall be eaten. It shall be burned in the fire. Chapter 7. Likewise, this is the law of the trespass offering. It is most holy. In the place where they kill the burnt offering, they shall kill the trespass offering, and its blood he shall sprinkle all around on the altar, and he shall offer from it all its fat, the fat tail and the fat that covers the entrails, the 2 kidneys and the fat that is on them by the flanks, and the fatty lobe attached to the liver above the kidneys he shall remove. And the priest shall burn them on the altar as an offering made by fire to the Lord. It is a trespass offering. Every male among the priests may eat it. It shall be eaten in a holy place. It is most holy. The trespass offering is like the sin offering. There is one law for them both. The priest who makes atonement with it shall have it. And the priest who offers anyone's burnt offering, that priest shall have for himself the skin of the burnt offering which he has offered. Also, every grain offered that is baked in the oven, and all that is prepared in the covered pan or in a pan, shall be the priest's who offer it. Every grain offering, whether mixed with oil or dry, shall belong to all the sons of Aaron, to one as much as the other. This is the law of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which he shall offer to the Lord. If he offers it for a thanksgiving, then he shall offer with the sacrifice of thanksgiving unleavened cakes mixed with oil, unleavened wafers anointed with oil, or cakes of blended flour mixed with oil. Besides the cakes, as his offering, he shall offer leavened bread with the sacrifice of thanksgiving of his peace offering. And from it he shall offer one cake, from which offering as a heave offering to the Lord, it shall belong to the priest who sprinkles the blood of the peace offering. The flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering for thanksgiving shall be eaten the same day it is offered. He shall not leave on any of it until morning. But of the sacrifice of his offering as a vow of a voluntary offering, it shall be eaten the same day that he offers the sacrifice, but on the next day the remainder of it also may be eaten. The remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the third day must be burnt with fire. And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering is eaten at all on the third day, it shall not be accepted, nor shall it be computed to him. It shall be an abomination to him who offers it, and the person who eats of it shall bear guilt. The flesh that touches any unclean thing, that shall not be eaten, it shall be burned with fire. And as for the clean flesh, all who are clean may eat of it. But the person who eats the flesh of the sacrifice of the peace offering that belongs to the Lord while he is unclean, that person shall be cut off from its people. Moreover, the person who touches any unclean thing, such as human uncleanness or unclean animal or any abominable unclean thing, and who eats the flesh of the sacrifice of the peace offering that belongs to the Lord, that person shall not cut off from his people. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, You shall not eat any fat of ox or sheep or goat. And the fat of an animal that dies naturally, and the fat of what is torn by wild beasts, may be used in any other way, but you shall by no means eat it. For whoever eats the fat of the animal of which men offer an offering made by fire to the Lord, the person who eats it shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, you shall not eat any blood in any of the dwellings, whether of bird or beast. Whoever eats any blood, that person shall be cut off from his people. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, He who offers the sacrifice of his peace offerings to the Lord shall bring his offering to the Lord from the sacrifice of his peace offering. His own hands shall bring the offerings made by fire to the Lord. The fat with the breast he shall bring, that the breast may be waved as a wave offering before the Lord. And the priest shall burn the fat on the altar, but the breast shall be Aaron's and his sons. Also the right thigh you shall give to the priest as a heave offering from the sacrifices of your peace offerings. He among the sons of Aaron who offers the blood of the peace offering and the fat shall have the right thigh for his part. For the breast of the wave offering and the thigh of the heave offering I have taken from the children of Israel. From the sacrifices of their peace offerings I have given them to Aaron the priest and to his sons from the children of Israel by a statute forever. This is the consecrated portion for Aaron and his sons from the offerings made by fire to the Lord on the day when Moses presented them to minister to the Lord as priests. The Lord commanded this to be given to them by the children of Israel on the day that he anointed them by a statute forever throughout their generations. This is the law of the burnt offering, the grain offering, the sin offering, the trespass offering, the consecrations, and the sacrifice of the peace offering, which the Lord commanded Moses on Mount Sinai on the day when he commanded the children of Israel to offer their offerings to the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take Aaron and his sons with you, and the garments, the anointing oil, a bull as a sin offering, 2 rams, and a basket of unleavened bread. And gather all the congregation together at the door at the tabernacle of meeting. So Moses did as the Lord commanded him, and the congregation was gathered together at the door of the tabernacle of meeting. And Moses said to the congregation, This is what the Lord commanded to be done. Then Moses brought Aaron and his sons and washed them with water. And he put the tunic on him, girded him with the sash, clothed him with the robe, and put the ephod on him. And he girded him with the intricately woven band of the ephod, and with it tied the ephod on him. Then he put the breastplate on him, and he put the Urim and the Thummim on the breastplate. And he put the turban on his head, and on the turban on its front he put the golden plate, the holy crown, as the Lord had commanded Moses. Also Moses took the anointing oil and anointed the tabernacle and all that was in it, and consecrated them. And he poured some of the anointing oil on Aaron's head and anointed him to consecrate him. Then Moses brought Aaron's sons and put tunics on them, girded them with sashes, and put hats on them, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he brought the bull for the sin offering. Then Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the bull for the sin offering, and Moses killed it. Then he took the blood and put some on the horns of the altar all around with his finger, and purified the altar. And he poured the blood at the base of the altar and consecrated it to make atonement for it. Then he took all the fat that was on the entrails, the fatty lobe attached to the liver, and the 2 kidneys with their fat, and Moses burned them on the altar. But the bull, its hide, its flesh, and its offal were burned with fire outside the camp, as the Lord had commanded Moses. Then he brought the ram as the burnt offerings, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the ram, and Moses killed it. Then he sprinkled the blood on around the altar. And he cut the ram into pieces, and Moses burnt the head, the pieces, and the fat. Then he washed the entrails and the legs in water, and Moses burned the whole ram on the altar. It was a burnt sacrifice for a sweet aroma, an offering made by fire to the Lord, as the Lord had commanded Moses. And he brought the second ram, the ram of consecration. Then Aaron and his sons laid their hands on the head of the ram, and Moses killed it. Also he took some of the blood and put it on the tip of Aaron's right ear, on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. Then he brought Aaron's sons, and Moses put some of the blood on the tips of their right ears, on the thumbs of their right hands, and on the big toes of their right feet. And Moses sprinkled the blood all around on the altar. Then he took the fat and the fat tail, all the fat that was on the entrails, the fatty lobe attached to the liver, and the 2 kidneys and their fat and the right thigh. And from the basket of unleavened bread that was before the Lord, he took the unleavened cake, a cake of bread anointed with oil, and 1 wafer, and put them on the fat and on the right thigh. And he put these in Aaron's hands and in his sons' hands, and waved them as a wave offering before the Lord. Then Moses took them from their hands and burned them on the altar, on the burnt offering. They were consecration offerings for a sweet aroma. That was an offering made by fire to the Lord. And Moses took the breast and waved it as a wave offering before the Lord. It was Moses' part of the ram of consecration, as the Lord had commanded Moses. Then Moses took some of the anointing oil and some of the blood which was on the altar, and sprinkled it on Aaron, on his garments, on his sons, and on the garments of his sons with him. And he consecrated Aaron, his garments, his sons, and the garments of his sons with him. And Moses said to Aaron and his sons, boil the flesh at the door of the tabernacle of meeting, and eat it with the bread that is in the basket of consecration offerings. As I commanded, saying, Aaron and his sons shall eat it, that what remains of the flesh and of the bread you shall burn with fire. And you shall not go outside the door of the tabernacle of meeting for 7 days, until the days of your consecration are ended. For 7 days he shall consecrate you, as he has done this day. So the Lord has commanded to do, to make atonement for you. Therefore you shall stay at the door of the tabernacle of meeting day and night for 7 days. And keep the charge of the Lord, so that you may not die, for so I have been commanded. So Aaron and his sons did all the things that the Lord had commanded by the hand of Moses. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. It came to pass on the 8th day that Moses called Aaron and his sons and elders of Israel. And he said to Aaron, take for yourself a young bull as a sin offering, and a ram as a burnt offering, without blemish, and offer them before the Lord. And to the children of Israel you should speak, saying, take a kid of goats as a sin offering, and a calf and a lamb, both of the first year, without blemish, as a burnt offering. Also a bull and a ram as peace offerings, to sacrifice before the Lord, and a grain offering mixed with oil, for today the Lord will appear to you. So they brought what Moses commanded before the tabernacle of meeting, and all the congregations drew near and stood before the Lord. Then Moses said, this is the thing which the Lord commanded you to do, and the glory of the Lord will appear to you. And Moses said to Aaron, go to the altar, offer your sin offering and your burnt offering, and make atonement for yourself and for the people. Offer the offering of the people and make atonement for them as the Lord commanded. Aaron therefore went to the altar and killed the calf of the sin offering, which was for himself. Then the sons of Aaron brought the blood to him, and he dipped his finger in the blood, put it on the horns of the altar, and poured the blood at the base of the altar. But the fat, the kidneys, and the fatty lobe from the liver of the sin offering he burned on the altar, as the Lord had commanded Moses. The flesh and the hide he burned with the fire outside the camp. And he killed the burnt offering, and Aaron's sons presented to him the blood, which he sprinkled all around on the altar. Then they presented the burnt offering to him with its pieces and head, and he burned them on the altar. And he washed the entrails and the legs and burned them with the burnt offering on the altar. Then he brought the people's offering and took the goat, which was the sin offering for the people, and killed it and offered it for sin like the first one. And he brought the burnt offering and offered it according to the prescribed manner. Then he brought the grain offering, took a handful of it, and burned it on the altar, besides the burnt sacrifice of the morning. He also killed the bull and the ram as the sacrifices of peace offerings, which were for the people. And Aaron's sons presented to him the blood, which he sprinkled all around on the altar, and the fat from the bull and the ram, and the fatty tail that covers the entrails and of the kidneys, and the fatty lobe attached to the liver. And they put the fat on the breasts. Then he burned the fat on the altar. But the breasts and the right thigh Aaron waved as a wave offering before the Lord, as Moses had commanded. Then Aaron lifted his hand toward the people, blessed them, and came down from offering the sin offering, the burnt offering, and peace offerings. And Moses and Aaron went into the tabernacle of meeting and came out and blessed the people. Then the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people. And fire came out from before the Lord and consumed the burnt offering and the fat on the altar. When all the people saw it, they shouted and fell on their face. And he washed the entrails and legs and burned them with the burnt offering on the altar. Then he brought, wait. Then he brought the people's offering and took the goat, which was the sin offering for the people, and killed it and offered it for sin, like the first one. And he brought the burnt offering and offered it according to the prescribed manner. Then he brought the grain offering, took a handful of it, and burned it on the altar, because besides the burnt sacrifice of the morning. He also killed the bull and the ram as sacrifices of peace offerings, which were for the people. And Aaron's sons presented to him the blood, which he sprinkled all around on the altar, and the fat from the bull and the ram, the fatty tail that covers the entrails, and the kidneys, and the fatty lobe attached to the liver. And they put on the fat on the breast, and he burned the fat on the altar. But the breast and the fat thigh Aaron waved on a wave offering before the Lord, as Moses had commanded. Then Aaron lifted his hand toward the people, blessed them, and came down from offering the sin offering, the burnt offering, and peace offerings. And Moses and Aaron went into the tabernacle of meeting and came out and blessed the people. Then the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people. And fire came out from before the Lord and consumed the burnt offering and the fat on the altar. When all the people saw it, they shouted and fell on their faces. Chapter 10. Well, chapter 9, 23 and 24. And Moses and Aaron went into the tabernacle of meeting and came out and blessed the people. Then the glory of the Lord appeared to all the people. And the fire came out from before the Lord, and consumed the burnt offering and the fat on the altar. When all the people saw it, they shouted and fell on their faces. Chapter 10. Then Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, each took his censer and put fire in it, put incense on it, and offered profane fire before the Lord. Oof. Which he had not commanded them. So fire went out from the Lord and devoured them, and they died before the Lord. And Moses said to Aaron, "This is what the Lord spoke, saying, by those who come near me I must be regarded as holy, and before all the people I must be glorified." So Aaron held his peace. Then Moses called Nishiel and Elzapam, the sons of Aziel, the uncle of Aaron, and said to them, "Come near, carry your brethren from before the sanctuary out of the camp." So they went near and carried them by their tunics out of the camp, as Moses had said. And Moses said to Aaron and to Eleazar and to Ithamar the sons, do not uncover your heads, nor tear your clothes, lest you die, and wrath come upon all the people. But let your brethren, the whole house of Israel, bewail the burning which the Lord has kindled. You shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle of meetings, lest you die, for the anointing oil of the Lord is upon you. And they did according to the word of Moses. Then the Lord spoke to Aaron, saying, do not drink wine or intoxicating drink, you nor your sons with you, when you go into the tabernacle of meeting, lest you die. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, that you may distinguish between holy and unholy, and between unclean and clean, and that you may teach the children of Israel all the statutes which the Lord has spoken to them by the hand of Moses. And Moses spoke to Aaron and to Eleazar and Ithamar, his sons, who were left. Take the grain offering that remains of the offerings made by this fire to the Lord, and eat it without leaven beside the altar, for it is most holy. You shall eat it in a holy place, because it is your due and your sons' due of the sacrifices made by fire to the Lord, for so I have been commanded. The breast of the wave offering and the thigh of the heave offering you shall eat in a clean place with your sons and your daughters with you, for they are your due and your sons' due, which are given from the sacrifice and peace offerings of the children of Israel. The thigh of the heave offering and the breast of the wave offering they shall bring with the offerings of fat made by fire, to offer as a wave offering before the Lord. And it shall be yours and your sons with you by a statute forever, as the Lord has commanded. Then Moses made a careful inquiry about the goat of the sin offering, and there it was burnt up. And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aaron, who were left, saying, why have you not eaten the sin offering in a holy place, since it is most holy? And God has given it to you to bear the guilt of the congregation, to make atonement for them before the Lord. See, its blood was not brought inside the holy place. Indeed, you should have eaten it in a holy place, as I commanded. And Aaron said to Moses, and Aaron said to Moses, look, this day they have offered their sin offering and their burnt offerings before the Lord, and such things have befallen me. If I had eaten the sin offering today, would it have been accepted in the sight of the Lord? So when Moses heard that, he was content. Now the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying to them, speak to the children of Israel, saying, these are the animals which you may eat among all the animals that are on the earth. Among the animals, whatever divides the hoof, having cloven hooves and chewing the cud, that you may eat. Nevertheless, these you shall not eat among those that chew the cud, or those that have cloven hooves. The camel, because it chews the cud but does not have cloven hooves, is unclean to you. The rock hyrax, because it chews the cud but does not have cloven wolves, is unclean to you. The hare, because it chews the cud but does not have cloven wolves, is unclean to you. And the swine, though it divides the hoof, having cloven hooves, yet does not chew the cud, unclean to you. Their flesh you shall not eat, and their carcasses you shall not touch. they are unclean to you. These you may eat of all that are in the water, whatever in the water has fins and scales, whether in the seas or in the rivers, that you may eat. But all in the seas or in the rivers that do not have fins and scales, all that move in the water, or any living thing which is in the water, they are an abomination to you. They shall be an abomination to you, and you shall not eat their flesh, but you shall regard their carcasses as an abomination. Whatever in the water does not have fins or scales, that shall be an abomination to you. And these you shall regard as an abomination among the birds. They shall not be eaten. They are an abomination: the eagle, the vulture, and the buzzard, the kite and the falcon after his kind, every raven after its kind, the ostrich, the short-eared owl, and the seagull, and the hawk after its kind, the little owl, the fisher owl, and the screech owl, the white owl, the jackdaw, and the carrion vulture, the stork, the heron after its kind, the hoopoe, and the bat. All flying insects that creep on all fours shall be an abomination to you. Yet these you may eat of: every flying insect that creeps on all fours, these which have jointed legs above their feet, with which to leap on the earth. These you may eat: the locust after its kind, the destroying locust after its kind, the cricket after its kind, and the grasshopper after its kind. But all other flying insects which have 4 feet shall be an abomination to you. By these you shall become unclean. Whoever touches the carcass of any of them shall be unclean until evening. Whoever carries part of the carcass of any of them shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. The carcass of any animal which divides the foot, but is not cloven, hooved, or does not chew the cud, is unclean to you. Everyone who touches it shall be unclean. And whatever goes on its paws, among all kinds of animals that go on all fours, those are unclean to you. Whoever touches any such carcass shall be unclean until evening. Whoever carries any such carcass shall wash their clothes and be unclean until evening. It is unclean to you. These also shall be unclean to you among the creeping things that creep on the earth: the mole, the mouse, the large lizard after its kind, the gecko, the monitor lizard, the sand reptile, the sand lizard, and the chameleon. These are unclean to you among all that creep. Whoever touches them when they are dead shall be unclean until evening. Anything on which any of them falls when they are dead shall be unclean, whether it is any item of wood or clothing or skin or sack. Whatever item it is in which any work is done, it must be put in water, and it shall be unclean until evening, then it shall be clean. Any earthen vessel which any of them falls, you shall break, and whatever is in it shall be unclean. In such a vessel, any edible food upon which water falls becomes unclean, and any drink that may be drunk from it becomes unclean. And everything on which a part of any such carcass falls shall be unclean, whether it is in an oven or cooking stove. It shall be broken down, and they are unclean, and shall be unclean to you. Nevertheless, a spring or a cistern in which there is plenty of water shall be clean, but whatever touches any such carcass becomes unclean. And if a part of any such carcass fails on any planting seed which is to be sown, it remains clean. But if water is put on the seed, and if a part of any such carcass falls on it, it becomes unclean to you. And if any animal which you may eat dies, he who touches its carcass shall be unclean until evening. He who eats of its carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. He also who carries its carcass shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. And every creeping thing that creeps on the earth shall be an abomination and shall not be eaten. Whatever crawls on its belly, whatever goes on all fours, or whatever has many feet, among all creeping things that creep on the earth, these you shall not eat. for they are an abomination. You shall not make yourselves abominable with any creeping thing that creeps, nor shall you make yourselves unclean with them, lest you be defiled by them. For I am the Lord your God. You shall therefore consecrate yourselves, and you shall be holy, for I am holy. Neither shall you defile yourselves with any creeping thing that creeps on the earth. For I am the Lord who brings you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. You shall therefore be holy, for I am holy. This is the law of the animals and the birds and every living creature that moves in the waters, and of every creature that creeps on the earth, to distinguish between the unclean and the clean, between the animal and may be eaten and the animal that may not be eaten. Chapter 12. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, If a woman has conceived and born a male child, then he shall be unclean 7 days. As in the days of her customary impurity, she shall be unclean. On the 8th day, the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. She shall then continue in the blood of her purification 30 days. She shall not touch any hallowed thing, nor come into the sanctuary until the days of her purification are fulfilled. But if she bears a female child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, as in her customary impurity. And she shall continue in the blood of her purification 66 days. When the days of her purification are fulfilled, whether her a son or daughter, she shall bring to the priest a lamb of the first year as a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove as a sin offering, to the door of the tabernacle of meeting. Then he shall offer it before the Lord, and make an atonement for her, and she shall be clean from the flow of her blood. This is the law of her who is born a male or a female. And if she is not able to bring a lamb, then she may bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, one as burnt offering and the other as a sin offering. So the priest shall make atonement for her, and she will be clean. Chapter 13. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, When a man has on the skin of his body a swelling, a scab, or a bright spot, and it becomes on the skin of his body like a leprous sore, then he shall be brought to Aaron the priest, or to one of his sons the priests. The priest shall examine the sore on the skin of the body, and if the hair on the sore has turned white, and the sore appears to be deeper than the skin of the body, it is a leprous sore. Then the priest shall examine him and pronounce him unclean. But if the bright spot is white on the skin of his body and does not appear to be deeper than the skin, and its hair has not turned white, then the priest shall isolate the one who has the sore 7 days. And the priest shall examine him on the 7th day. And indeed, if the sore appears to be as it was, and the sore has not spread on the skin, then the priest shall isolate him another 7 days. Then the priest shall examine him again on the 7th day. And indeed, if the sore has faded, and the sore has not spread on the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is only a scab, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the scab should not at all spread over the skin after he has been seen by the priest for his cleansing, he shall be seen by the priest again. And if the priest sees that the scab has indeed spread on the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is leprosy. When the leprous sore is on a person, then he shall be brought to the priest. And the priest shall examine him, and indeed, if the swelling on the skin is white, and it has turned the hair white, and there is a spot of raw flesh in the swelling, it is an old leprosy on the skin of his body. The priest shall pronounce him unclean, and shall not isolate him, for he is unclean. And if leprosy breaks out all over the skin, and the leprosy covers all the skin of the one who has the sore, from his head to his foot, wherever the priest looks, then the priest shall consider, and indeed, if the leprosy has covered all his body, he shall pronounce him clean. Who has the sore, it has all turned white, he is clean. But when raw flesh appears on him, he shall be unclean. And the priest shall examine the raw flesh and pronounce him to be unclean. For the raw flesh is unclean, it is leprosy. Or if the raw flesh changes and turns white again, he shall come to the priest. And the priest shall examine him, and indeed, if the sore has turned white, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. Who has the sore, he is clean. If the body develops a boil in the skin, and it is healed, and in the place of the boil there comes a white swelling or a bright spot, reddish white, then it shall be shown to the priest. And if when the priest sees it, if indeed appears deeper than the skin, and its hair is turned white, the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is a leprous sore, which has broken out of the boil. But if the priest examines it, and indeed there are no white hairs in it, and it is not deeper than the skin, but has faded, then the priest shall isolate him 7 days. And if it should at all spread over the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprous sore. But if the bright spot stays in one piece and has not spread, it is the scar of the boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Or if the body receives a burn on its skin by fire, and the raw flesh of the burn becomes a bright spot, reddish white or white, then the priest shall examine it, and indeed if the hair of the bright spot has turned white, and it appears deeper than the skin, it is leprosy broken out in the burn. Therefore the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprous sore. But if the priest examines it, and indeed there are no white hairs in the bright spot, and it is not deeper than the skin, but has faded, then the priest shall isolate him 7 days, and the priest shall examine him on the 7th day. If it has at all spread over the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and it is a leprous sore. But if the bright spot stays in one place and has not spread on the skin, but has faded, it is swelling from the burn. The priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is the scar from the burn. If a man or a woman has a sore on the head or on the beard, then the priest shall examine the sore. And indeed, if it appears deeper than the skin, and there is in it thin yellow hair, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a scaly leprous of the head or beard. But if the priest examines the scaly sore, and indeed it does not appear deeper than the skin, and there is no black hair in it, then the priest shall isolate the one who has the scale 7 days. And on the 7th day the priest shall examine the sore. And indeed, if the scale has not spread, and there is no yellow hair in it, and the scale does not appear deeper than the skin, he shall shave himself, but the scale he shall not shave. And the priest shall isolate the one who has the scale another 7 days. On the 7th day the priest shall examine the scale. And indeed, if the scale is not spread over the skin, and does not appear deeper than the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean. He shall wash his clothes and be clean. Chapter 14. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, This shall be the law of the leper for the day of his cleansing. He shall be brought to the priest, and the priest shall go out of the camp, and the priest shall examine him. And indeed, if the leprosy is healed in the leper, then the priest shall command to take for him who is to be cleansed 2 living and clean birds, cedar wood, scarlet, and hyssop. And the priest shall command that one of the birds be killed in an earthen vessel over running water. As for the living bird, he shall take it, the cedar wood, and the scarlet, and the hyssop, and dip them and the living bird in the blood of the bird that was killed over the running water. And he shall sprinkle it 7 times on him who is to be cleansed from the leprosy, and shall pronounce him clean, and shall let him the living bird loose in the open field. He who is to be cleansed shall wash his clothes, shave off all his hair, and wash himself in water, that he may be clean. After that he shall come into the camp, and shall stay outside the tent 7 days. Chapter 16. Now the Lord spoke to Moses after the death of the 2 sons of Aaron, when they offered profane fire before the Lord and died. And the Lord said to Moses, "Tell Aaron your brother not to come at just any time into the holy place inside the veil, before the mercy seat which is on the ark, lest he die. For I will appear in the cloud above the mercy seat. Thus Aaron shall come into the holy place with the blood of a young bull as a sin offering, and of a ram as a burnt offering. He shall put the holy linen tunic and the linen trousers on his body. He shall be girded with a linen sash, and with the linen turban he shall be attired. These are holy garments. Therefore he shall wash his body in water and put them on. And he shall take from the congregation of the children of Israel 2 kids of the goats as a sin offering, and 1 ram as a burnt offering. Aaron shall offer the bull as a sin offering, which is for himself, and make atonement for himself and for his house. He shall take the 2 goats and present them before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of meeting. Then Aaron shall cast lots for the 2 goats, and lot for the Lord, and the other lot for the scapegoat. And Aaron shall bring the goat on which the Lord's lot fell, and offer it as a sin offering. He shall take 2 goats and present them before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of meeting. Then Aaron shall cast lots for the 2 goats, 1 lot for the Lord, and the other lot for the scapegoat. And Aaron shall bring the goat on which the Lord's lot fell, and offer it as a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot fell, to be the scapegoat, shall be presented alive before the Lord, to make atonement upon it, and to let it go as a scapegoat into the wilderness. And Aaron shall bring the bull of the sin offering, which is for himself, and make atonement for himself and for his house, and shall kill the bull as the sin offering, which is for himself. Then he shall take a censer full of burning coals of fire from the altar before the Lord, with his hands full of sweet incense, beaten fine, and bring it inside the veil. And he shall put the incense on the fire before the Lord, that the cloud of incense may cover the mercy seat that is in the testimony, lest he die. He shall take some of the blood of the bull and sprinkle it with his finger on the mercy seat on the east side. And before the mercy seat he shall sprinkle some of the blood with his finger 7 times. Then he shall kill the goat of the sin offering, which is for the people. Bring its blood inside the veil. Do with that blood as he did with the blood of the bull, and sprinkled it on the mercy seat before the mercy seat. So you shall make atonement for the holy place, because of the uncleanness of the children of Israel, and because of the transgressions for all their sins. And so he shall do for the tabernacle of meeting, which remains among them in the midst of their uncleanness. There shall be no man in the tabernacle of meeting when he goes in to make atonement in the holy place until he comes out, that he may make atonement for himself, for his household, and for all the assembly of Israel. And he shall go out to the altar is before the Lord, and make atonement for it, and shall take some of the blood of the bull and some of the blood of the goat, and put it on the horns of the altar all around. Then he shall sprinkle some of the blood on it with the finger 7 times, cleanse it, and consecrate it from the uncleanness of the children of Israel. And when he has made an end of atoning for the holy place, the tabernacle of meeting, and the altar, he shall bring the live goat. Aaron shall lay both his hands on the head of the live goat, confess over it all the iniquities of the children of Israel, and all their transgressions concerning all their sins, putting them on the head of the goat, and shall send it away into the wilderness by the hand of a suitable man. The goat shall bear on itself all the iniquities to an uninhabited land, and he shall release the goat in the wilderness. When Aaron shall come into the tabernacle of meetings, shall take off the linen garments, which he put on when he went into the holy place, and shall leave them there. And he shall wash his body with water in a holy place, put on his garments, come out and offer his burnt offerings and the burnt offering of the people, and make atonement for himself and for the people. The fat of the sin offering he shall burn on the altar. And he who released the goat as the scapegoat shall wash his clothes and bathe his body in water. And afterward he may come into the camp, the bull for the sin offering and the goat for the sin offering, whose blood was bought in to make atonement in the holy place, shall be carried outside the camp. And they shall burn in the fire their skins, their flesh, and their offal. Then he who burns them shall wash his clothes and bathe his body in water, and afterward he may come into the camp. This, this shall be a statute forever for you. In the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you shall afflict your souls and do no work at all, whether a native of your own country or a stranger who dwells among you. For on that day the priest shall make atonement for you to cleanse you, that you may be clean from all your sins before the Lord. It is a Sabbath of solemn rest for you, and you shall afflict your souls. It is a statute forever. And the priest who is anointed and consecrated to minister as priest in his father's place shall make atonement and put on the linen clothes and holy garments. Then he shall make atonement for the holy sanctuary, and he shall make atonement for the tabernacle of meeting and for the altar. And he shall make atonement for the priests and for all the people of assembly. This shall be an everlasting statute for you, to make atonement for the children of Israel for all their sins once a year. And he did as the Lord commanded Moses. Chapter 17. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons and to all the children of Israel, and say to them, This is the thing which the Lord has commanded, saying, Whatever man in the house of Israel who kills an ox or lamb or goat in the camp, or kills it outside the camp, and does not bring it to the door of the tabernacle of meeting to offer an offering to the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord, the guilt of bloodshed shall be imputed to that man. He has shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people, to the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices which they offer in the open field, that they may bring them to the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of meeting to the priest, and offer them as peace offerings to the Lord. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood on the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of meeting, and burn the fat for a sweet aroma to the Lord. They shall no more offer their sacrifices to demons, after whom they have played the harlot. This shall be a statute forever for them throughout their generations. Also you shall say to them, Whatever man of the house of Israel, or of the strangers who dwell among you, who offers a burnt offering or sacrifice, and does not bring it to the door of the tabernacle of meeting to offer it to the Lord, that man shall be put to cut off from among his people. And whatever man of the house of Israel, or of the strangers who dwell among you, who eats any blood, I will set my face against that person who eats blood, and will cut him off from among the people. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make atonement for your souls. For it is the blood that makes atonement for the soul. Therefore I said to the children of Israel, No one among you shall eat blood, nor shall any stranger who dwells among you eat blood. Whatever man or the children of Israel, or of the strangers who dwell among you, who hunts and catches any animal or bird that may be eaten, he shall pour out its blood and cover it with dust. For it is the life of the flesh, its blood sustains its life. Therefore I said to the children of Israel, You shall not eat the blood of any flesh, nor the life of all flesh is its blood. Whoever eats it shall be cut off. And every person who eats that died naturally, or what was torn by beasts. Whether he is a native of his own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe in water, and be unclean until evening. Then he shall be clean. But if he does not wash them or bathe his body, then he shall bear his guilt. Chapter 18. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, I am the Lord your God. According to the doings of the land of Egypt where you dwell, you shall not die. And according to the doings of the land of Canaan where I am bringing you, you shall not die. Nor shall you walk in their ordinances. You shall observe my judgments and keep my ordinances to walk in them. I am the Lord your God. You shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man does, he shall live by them. I am the Lord. None of you shall approach anyone who is near of kin to him, to uncover his nakedness. I am the Lord. The nakedness of your father or the nakedness of your mother you shall not uncover. She is your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of your father's wife, you shall not uncover. It is your father's nakedness. The nakedness of your sister and the daughter of your father or the daughter of your mother, whether born at home or elsewhere, their nakedness you shall not uncover. The nakedness of your son's daughter, your daughter's daughter, their nakedness you shall not uncover, for there is your own nakedness. The nakedness of your father's wife's daughter, begotten by your father, she is your sister. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister. She is near of kin to your father. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, for she is near the kin to your mother. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's brother. You shall not approach his wife. She is your aunt. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your daughter-in-law. She is your son's wife. You shall not uncover the nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife. It is your brother's nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of a woman and your daughter, of a woman and her daughter, nor shall you take her son's daughter or her son's daughter, her daughter's daughter, to uncover her nakedness. They are near of kin to her. It is wickedness. Nor shall you take a woman as a rival to her sister, to uncover her nakedness while the other is alive. Also, you shall not approach a woman to uncover her nakedness as long as she is in her customary impurity. Moreover, you shall not lie carnally with your neighbor's wife to defile yourself with her. And you shall not let any of your descendants pass through the fire to Molech, nor shall you profane the name of your Lord. I am the Lord. You shall not lie with the male as with the woman. It is an abomination. Nor shall you mate with any animal to defile yourself with it. Nor shall any woman stand before an animal to mate with it. It is perversion. Do not defile yourselves with any of these things, for by all these the nations are defiled, which I am casting out before you. For the land is defiled, therefore I visit the punishment of its iniquity upon it, and the land vomits out its inhabitants. You shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, either any of your own nation or any stranger who dwells among you. For all these abominations the men of the land have done, who were before you, and thus the land is defiled, lest the land vomit you out, as when you defile it, as it had vomited you out the nations that were before you. For whoever commits any of these abominations, the persons who commit them shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore you shall keep my ordinances, so that you do not commit any of these abominable customs which were committed before you, and that you do not defile yourselves by them. I am the Lord your God. Shioro barabe de bio na 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 masi. Alidi vi in de viorovo. Alidi vi in de viorovo. Arom and mionomo nea na 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 ma. Arom and mionomo nea na 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 ma. Rabe de viorovo ram and masi. Alidi vi in de na 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 maso. Arobe de bio ludevu. Arobe de bio ludevu. Alidi vi siora voanea na 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 mase. Aduru burebe de bio. Hello, sananama. Aduru vorema sananamasi. Allora vorrebbe de biologo ananamasa. Aduru buribi de biologo ana. Adoro borama salerevi. Alluru burima sananamasi. Robe de bio no mosi. Robe de bio salerevia. Allurabu nananamasi. Robe de bio salereve. Adurabo ramana mionamoni. Adurabo ramana mionamoni nananamasa. Allora borreve de biurabo ramana masi. Adurabo rema sananamaso. Ruby de bio shalarava. Larabarema salarevi orabo no mo. Aduraburi bidi bi orabarebere basi. Robere bio na masi. Aduruburibidibi Yoraboramana Mio Nananama. Aduruburibidibi Yoraboramana Mio Nananama. Alara Baramana Mionamoane. Aduruburiba Sananamasi. Aduruburiba Sananamasi. Adurubureberebio Musa. Aduruburibibi Uroboramanamia Nananama. Aduruburibibi Uroboramanamia Nananananama. Aroberebio Soderevia. Roberebio Uroboshanananamasi. Aroberebio Uroboshanananamasi. Aluruburibibi Urobo. Aluruburibibi Urobo. Adurubaramana miona na masa. Aluruburibibi Uroboremeneme. Larabarema sananame. Aduruburibibi Uroboramana miana nananama. Raberebi Uroboreberebi o no musia. Anu nananamasa. Roberebi o nananamasi. Roberebi o nananamasi. Aluruburibibi Uroboramana miona nananama. Roberebia nananamasi. Roberebia nananamasi. Aduruburibibi Uroboramana miona moane nananamasa. Reberebia lerebio nananama. Aduruboroberebio nananamase. Roberebio Uroboremenemasi. Aribiribio nananamaso. Aribiribio nananamaso. Alurubiribiribio Uroboramanami Uromoni. Larabarema siurabuana satarabaremanema. Aluraburibi urabo. Roberibion nananamasi. Aduraburibion nananamasa. Alurabu. Shalere erebian nananamasa. Aduraburemanamaso. Aloraburemanebionamoni. Rabiribe nananamaso. Aluraburimas nananamase. Shalaraba ano sananami. Alorabaramanaminyo. Alorabaramanaminyo nananama. Aluraburama. Aluraburama. Larabaremanimiyo nananamasi. Rabiribe nananamasa. Duraburima. Duraburima shananamase. Arribedebio no more. Alaraba nananamasa. Alurabushia. Alurabushia. Alurabu nananamasi. Andarabaramanaminamonea. Andarabaramanaminamonea nananama. Arobedebiorobo nananami. Ramanamioromo nananami. Rebedebi nananamasi. Aduruburibioroboana. Ramanama Nananamasi. Alushalere ano sananama. Shaluda beremene mionomo. Shaluda beremene mionomo. Aluda beremene mionomo ania. Lada bahano. Adura buriba sulara vasi. Shion no musa. Shaluda buosa nananamasi. Robert bio nananamasi. Dura buremos sananami. Adura buremos sananami. Alura bureba bio nananama. Alura bureba bio nananama. Robert bio shalaravi. Adura bureba bio nananamasi. Alora burama bio nananamesa. Robert bio burama bio nananamaso. Robert biora burama bio nananamaso. Adura bio nananamusa. Le siora ona. Adura Roma sanirami shiora vaone. Aduraburamana mionamoanea. Aduraburema silidavi. Loraburemana mionanamasi. Lorabureva si oravoni. Ziosi orabo o nananamasi. Reveribio salaravasa. Lo shalaravasi. Reberibe endere vasa silireve. Raberibe andere vasa silirevo. Reberibe o nananamusa. Reberibe isilirevisa. Reberibe esilirevi. Shaluru ribi yorobo sasananama. Ribi o nananamasha salidavi. Ribi isalidavi o nananamasa. Ribi o salaravahareya. Ribi esalidavisa. Ushananamahani salidavia. Ribi salidavia. Adosa nananamasa salarava. Shalori Roma. Shalori Roma. Shalori Roma salidavu. Laraba nananamasi. Arribidibio shananamasa. Aduruburiba sanananama. Aduruburiba sananamase. Aro baba baba show. Aro baba baba show. Aluruburibi orabuana. Rabidibio salidaviana nananama. Robidibio salidaviana nananama. Abibidibio orabuana nananamasi. Arribidibio oraburamaniamio nananamasi. Aluraburamaniamio namoanea nananama. Arribidibio orabuana nananama. Aduruburiba sanananamasi. Arobe be audible or na 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 masi. Arobe be audible na 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 masi. Adurubu be audible be audible ramanama. Hooray, be audible ania na 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 masi. Arobe be o na 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 musa. Allora vorremene mi uno mone. Allora vorremene mi uno mone. Allora vorremene mi uno mone. Allora vorremene mi uno buona na 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 ma. Allora mi uno buona mi uno buona na 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 ma. Allora vorremene mi uno na 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 ma so. Arrivi di uno vorremene me. Allora vorremene mi uno buona na 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 ma. Adara varamene miona moania na 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 ma. Aruva de biota varamene masi. Shiora varama sidera vi. Shaluda varemene miona na 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 ma. Adura beribi de biota varamene miona moane. Alo sanana na masi. Alo sanana na na masi. Aluruburiba shioroboano nunanamusi. Adarabaramanamayunamone. Alarabaramanamiyunamone. Salarayarabaramanamayunamone anananama. Alurabuani salidavi. Aluravoani salidavi. Shiorabaramanamasi. Adoraborema sananami. Aludaboreba sananami. Alu salavani ananamua. Rabidebiorabo. Rabidebiorabo sisalidebi. Adudaborema sanananama. Robidebiorabo aniananama. Adoraborema sananamasi. Adurabadibidibiorabaramanamasa. Rebidibionanamasi. Lidibiinanamasa. Lorabarama celidibe. Shiorabarama celidivi. Adurabaramanama ananamo. Dorabarebidibionanamasi. Adorabarema shiorabo nananamasi. Aludaburi binimi yonamoani. Aduraburi minimi yonamoani. Anduravaramanamayana nanamaso. Arubide biyorabaramanamasо. Halu shalariyara vrema sanana namasi. Ribide biyorabaramanamasي. Alidi viesi oravaroma sananama. Adurabaribide biyo nananamasa. Adurabaribide biyo nananamase. Robide biyo luravusa. Adurabaribide biyo nanananamusa. Robide biyo rabaramanamu. Loravosa sulereveo. Shiyorabarema sananama. Adurabaribide biyo shaloriyarabaramanamasي. Alarabano sananami. Alorabarama salereve anenimi onamoania. Aroberevarama salereve. Adurabaribide biyorabaramanamasي salereveo. Adurabaribide biyorabaramanamas. Alidi biyorabaramanamoanea. Shalurabuse. Adurabaramana miyonomo aneyanananama. Alorabaroma silerevi aduraburibidibi orobo anea. Roverebi oroboani. Ro rababasha nanamaneo. Alurabaroma sanananama. Shaluraburibidibi orobo. Shaluraburibidibi orobo sananama. Laraba anananamasi. Rabidibio shaloriorobo ramane masa. Aduraburibidibiorobo ramane mio nananame. Aduraburibidibiorobo ramane mio nananame. Rabidibiadibiorobo ramane masi. Aduraburibidibiorobo ramane mio nananamasi. Larabarema salereveo. Arobidibiorobo ramane mio namoni. Aduraburibidibiorobo nananami. Larabaremidibio nananamasa. Lorobareba sioroboramanamionamoni. Aduraburibidibioroboramanamionamone. Aduraburibidibioroboramanamionamone. Larabarama silorovoani. Luruburibidibioroboramanamionanamasa. Luruburibidibioroborabarabasa. Lorobarema sanenami. Rabadabiosa de revi. Adora borema de revi. Allora borema si ora bo na 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 ma. Nosa na 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 masa. Lora berebe de bio na 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 masi. Ramana miana na 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 masa. Allora bo salerevi. Allora vorrama salorioro vorremene masi. Andura vorremene mioro moania na 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 ma. Andura berebe de biora vorrama na mio na 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 ma. Andura vorromene mioro moania na 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 ma se. Si areva na 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 masa. Allara verremo na 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 masi. Aduru buri de biora varamane maso. Aduru buri de biora varamane mio na 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 ma. Arrivi de bio na 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 musi. Rovere biosa de revesa. Rabidibio Shalayaravania. Aduruburibidibiorobo Ramanamioromoni. Aduruburebidibiorobo Ramanamioromoni. Aduruburebidibiorobo Ramanamioromoni. Larayadavarama Sio Laravasia. Adarabaramanamioromone. Aduruburebidibiorobo Ramanamioromone. Aluruburibidibioroboramanamionomoni sulerevea. Arobedebio shalarava. Aduruburomedebio nananamasi. Alariaravarama siorovo. Alariaravarama siorovo. Aduruburibidibio nananamasi. Aduruburibidibio nananamasi. Rebedebio shalara anananamasa. Arrivi di ora vorremmo di mio na masi su di via. Rabberebe endere vio na ma. Rabberebe andere vasi. Aduru burrebo sana nel mi. Rabberebe endere visa sulereve. Robere vio sulereva. Dos sulereve enda sulerevi. Ossa laravassa sulerevi. Robere vio na musa. Lora Varema, Sanana Mia, Shio, Lora Vosa. Adura Varema, Shalada Via, Shio, Lara Vosha. Lara Varema, Miona Moania, Nananama. Adura Buri, Vidi Biora Varoma, Miona Moanea. Rabada Biora Boani. Ra Rabada Biora Boani, Salidavi. Adura Buri, Vidi Biora Varama, Miona Moanea. Lara Barama and Miona Moania Salerevio. A robe de bio, Lara bio, Nanana Masi. A luda buribi de biora barama and mio, Nanana Masa. Lora Baraba Sio, Nanana Masi. A duda buribi de biora barame and miona moanea, Nanana Ma. A Lara Barebo Salerevi. A lira biora vosa Salereva. Robert Bio Shalariara Roma Sanana Namani Aluru Buribiri Bioro Ramane Miona Moaneo Do Salara Viana Mane Do Sanana Miana Maane Aluru Buribiri Bioro Ramane Ma Rabere Biera Biora Ramane Miona Moanea Lara Barabere Biora Boanea Donde va ando, salura vush, na masi. Shaloro rama, shaloro rama, sananami. Adura buribi di biora bawana na ma. Adura buribi di biora boania na ma. Aduruburibi orobo ania na 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 mase. Lord of Roma, Celerevania, no 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 more. Aduruburibi orobo remene masi. Shalada vaso. Lara baramana mi oromo anea na 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 ma. Aduruburabi orobo anea na 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 masi. Aribiribi orobo remene mi oromo ni. Robert Shalara Yara Ramana Miono Moania Nananama. A Robert Bio Shalara Bania Nananama Nia Nananama. Lara Ramana Mio Celerevi. A Duruburi Biribi Orobo Ramana Miono Moania Nananama. A Lara Varevere Biorobo Remene Biono Moania Nananama. A rabbit be ora barom and a me ora mo na 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 ma say. A lot of a rebo silly de vi and duraburi be ora mo na. A durabaram and a me ora mo ne. A ruby de be ora baram and a musa silly de vi. A duraburebo silly de vi o na 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 ma. Hello, Shalaravi. Oh, Salaravi, oh, na 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 musi. A ruby de be ora boremene me. A loro borema, Salaravi. A durubari de be ora boramene me, oh, no 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 more. Rovere biosa de reve. Aduruburi bio na 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 masi. Rovere bio na 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 maso. Aduruburi bio roboremene maso. Aluruburi bio roboramane mia na 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 ma. Allora Roma sanana namasi. Aduruburi bio roboramane mi. Aduruburi bio robosa sudereve. Alluruburi babashio na 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 namasi sudere ereviosa lareva. Adarabaramane miono moanea na 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 namani. Robere bioro boroma na miono moania na 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 namasa. Allora vorrebo salire vi. Saludo bureme ne miono moania na 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 ma. Revere bio loro vosa. Aduro buri di bioro boroma ne miono no no musi. Aduro borama ne miono moanea. Aduro borama ne miono moanea. Allura buribi de bio salara bioro buone. Adura buribi de bioro ramana masi. Alana baremo sati de viana nanama. Rabbe bioro boramene mi. Rabbe bioro boramene mi. Ro shaloro buunda. Ro shaloro buunda. Aduraburibidibi Yoraboramana Yoramoanea. Aloraborebidibi Yoraboana Nananamasi. Aluraburiba Salaravasi. Aduravaroma Sananamaso. Shaluraburibidibi Yoraboramana Masa. Shio Nananamasi. Shio Nananamasi. Alurabu Nananamasa. Alorabaremo Sananami. Adurabaribi Yorabaramani Yonamoane. Alurabaribi Yorabaramani Yonamoane. Alorabaraba Salere Erevio Nananamu. Shalurabaribi Yorabaramani Yonamoania Nananama. Alurabaribi Yorabaramani Yonamoania. Aduraburebio Nananamasi. Aloraburemus Nananamasi. Aduraburebio Roboramanamio Nananama. Alaraba Andi Nunanamua. Shalurabu Unde Nananamasi. Laravarema Salerabi Ilrebi Yorobaromanami Yoramoania. Anduravaribiribio Nananamasi. Alorabaramenami Nananama. Alurabaribus Nananamasi. Adurabaribiribi Yorobaramanamoni. Aduruburibibiyoraburemenemi. Aduruburibibiyoraburamanamiyoramoania na 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 ma. Larabarebo shalaravani. Aloroboreberebiyoraboramanamianamanea. Aduruburibibiyo no 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 musisa leriyarabiyorabooneneyanda. Ramenebiyoramoania na 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 masi. Loroboroma salaravia na 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 mase. Aduruburibibiyoraboramanamiyoramoania na 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 ma. Aroberebiyo liribiyaravasi. Aduruburibibiyoraboramanamiyo na 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 ma. Araberebiyorabosasalerevi. Araberebiyorabosasalerevi. Aduruburibibiyo loroboani sanananamasa. Aribibiyo shalereveya nanama. Aduruburibibiyorabaramanamiyo nananamasa. Larabaremos sanananamasi. Aduruburibibiyorabaramanamiyonamoanea. Aduruburibibiyorabaramanamiyonamoanea. Laravarama silereyereviyoraboremenemi. Raberebiyorabaramanamiyonamoana. Raberebiyarabaramenemiyonamoana. Larabarabarebiyoraboremenemiyonamoania na 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 mase. Allah shaloriyoraboremenemi. Aduruboromenemiyonamoania na 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 masa. Laravaremo sananamasi. Laravaremo sananamasi. Aduruburibibiyoraboramanemiyonamonea nananamasa. Aroberebiyoraboremenemiyonamoania nananamasa. Aroberebiyo luruburamanemiyonamonea. Aluruburibidibioroborabarabioraboanianananama. Rebedebierabioroboramanamioroboanianananama. Shalurubu undia nananamase. Alada beremo shananamasi. Aduruburi bidibi oroboramanami oromoanea nananama. Arabedebi oroborebenemi oroboramanami oromoanea nananama. Darabaramanami oromoanea nananama si suidevi. Arobedebi oroboromanami oromoanea nananama. Aduruburibidibi oroboramanami oromoanea nananama. Larabarebo shananami. Adurubu Roma sananama. Larabaremo sananamasi. Larabaremo sananamasi. Aduruburi biribi orobo ramanami onomoani anananama. Alarabarebedebi orobo remenemi onomoani ananama. Arobedebi orobo remenemi onomoani ananama. Aluruburi biribi orobo rabarabashi. Aluruburi biribi orobo rabarabashi. Alarabaremenemi onomoani anananamasa. Aduruburi biribi orobo ramanami onomoani anananamasa. Alorobo Roma Selerevia nananamase. Aduruburi biribi orobo ramanami o nananama. Aduruburi o nananamasa. Aluruburibidibiyorubaramanamiyo nenenemese. Rabidibiyedivasasilidivi. Aduruburoma salidivia nananamasi. Arobidibiyoroboroma sanananama. Alarabaremo salidivi. Aduruburibidibiyorubaramanamiyo nanananamase. Alidiviyedibiyorubaramanamiyorumundia nanananama. Aluruburibidibiyorubaramanamiyorumundia nananamase. Aduruburibidibiyorubarebidibiyo nanananamasa. Aloruborami. Aloruborami. Aduruburibidibiyorubaramanaso. Anu nananamasi. Aloruborebo salidivi. Aduruburima salariyaravaram. Arubidibiyo luravua anaraviaravanea. Lora bossa solerevi anu nananamasa. Laraba ando nunumusi solereveo. Arribidibi yoruburam in me. Aduruburibidibi yoruburam in me. Laria ravasa solerevi. Aduruburibidibi yoruburam in me o nanama. Aduruburibidibi yoruburam in me o nanama. Allora vorrebo solerevia. Aduruburaman mi unomo neo. Aduruburaman mi unomo neo. Laravani solerevi. Aduruburebo solereva. Adon durubio no musi. Allora vorrebene mio no musi. Aduruburebede bio no musa solarava ano. Rebede bio no muse. Rebedebio nunamuse. Adurubudibidibio romanamusa. Rabedebe sio nanama. Rabedebe sio nanama. Robedebio remenemio nunanamusa. La laravani nunanamone. La nanamani no nanamone. Robedebio nunumusa soledevia. Robedebio nunumusa soledevia. Nusalaravani soledeve. Robedebio larava. Robedebio larava. Loroberebidebio roberemenemusa. Rabedebio roberemo sananamusa. Loroberemo soledevi. Rabedebe siorovoa nananama. Duruburibidibi oroboramanami onomo enea nananananamasi. Duruburibidibi oroboremenemi onomo enea nanananamasi. Rabedebi oroboromanemi onomo enea nanananamasi. Robedebi oroborobedebi oroboramanemi. Alada yada baraba de bese. Alada yada baraba de bese. Adura budi bidi biura baramana musa. Adura budi bidi biura baramana musa. Lora baroma sularavani sulada yada viura vosi. Robere biura baramana miuna moania nananama. Robere biura baramana miuna moania nananamasa. Alarava ando no muse. Alarava ando no muse. Robere biora borome ne miora morne. Aruvidi biora vose. Robere bio shodaravi. Adure bidi biora borome ne mio no mo. Adora boremo. Adure bidi biora boani. Allora vorrebbe biora borabare basso. Adoro vorremo sananamasi. Shali divi indi divi ora voane. Robere bi ora boramana mi una moane. Arribi divi o nananamasi salereve. Adoro vorribi divi una moani o nananama. Allora vorremmo sananamasi. Allora vorremmo sananamasi. Allora vorremmo sananama. Allora vorremmo nemia nananamasa. Rabere besi. Rabere besi slirevo nanamasi. Allora vorremmo shananama slireveo. Adura buri biri biora baramana mio nananama. Allora vorrei bio nananama. Rovere bio lere visa. Adura vorrei biora baramana mani. Adura vorrei bosi ereva nananamani. Allora vorroma sanananama. Adura buri biri biora baramana mia nananama. Allora vorrei bio nananamasa. Allora vorrebbe rebio na 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 masa. A ruby be orobo ramane musa sananami. A ruby be orobo ramane musa sananami. Lara berevo silide via. Allura beruba silide via. Andoro veremo sananami. Anu shananama. Anu shananama. Allora vorrebbe di biorbo na 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 ma. Laravano silide vi. Allora vorrebbe di essere silide veo. Allora vorrebbe di bio. Allora vorrebbe di bio na 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 ma. Rovere bossi. Allora vorramo silide vea. Allora vorremo silide via. Allora vorremo mamma mesha. Shalura buribi di bi o na 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 masa. Allora vorrò mene mi ona moa na 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 masa. Roberebi oroberebi onanamusi. Adondiribianda sulereve. Alloroberemo sananamani. Aduruburibi oroberemenemio nunanamusa. Daraba ando nunanamusa. Shioroberemo sananami. Shioroberemo sananami. Alloroberoma. Alloroberoma sulereveeno nananamasi. Ramenemio nananamasa. Roberebi oroberom enemiono moanea. Raberebe anderevese. Adon dirivio nananamusa. Raberebe enda silirevi. Alurubu unda sananamasa. Re mama sho nunanamusi. Adurubura manami onamoania nananama. Adurubura manami onamoania nananama. Lori yorobura manami onamoania nananama. Aluruburibi yorobura manamusa sadiravia. Aduruburibi yo shananama. Aduruburibi yorobura manami yo nananama. Salolorobuuna. Salo lara buhuna na 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 messe. A little bitty beautiful bitty no 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 more. A doodle bitty beautiful bitty no 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 more. A little bit es a little via. No na 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 massa. Rabbit a bit end the vio na 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 massa. Roman a mio no 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 musa silly vi. Reverebe esi orovosa. Adurable rimini mio no 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 muse sileveo. Romana mio na 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 masi silevi. Allora borrema silevio. Adurable ramana mio na 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 masa. Adurable ribi orobo romana musa. Allora ribi orobo romana musa silevi. Adurable ramana me na 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 masa. Adurabura meneme nanana masa. Robert so that I veil. Aduraburibio so that I veil nananama. Romanamio no musa. Loroburibio nananamasi. Aduraburamanamio no musa so that I veil. No sananamasi silirevi. Adurabuani silireveo. Rovedebio no musa. Alorabuosa silireveyana nanamasi. Rovedebio no musi. Lorobuona sananamasi. Durabuona sananamasa silirevi. Roverabio, Lurubuna, Salideve, and Silidivia. Duruburibi, Oroboramanamia, Nananama. Loroboroma, Sananamasi. Loroboremo, Sananamasi, Sulidivia. Luruburibi, no, Musa. Larabremo, Sananamia. Aduraburi menemi onomo nea nananama. Aduraburi menemi onomo nea nananama. Roberabi oroboromene musa salaravasia. Aduraburi biribi oroboromene mionomo sananamasia. Babarabi oroboremene mie nanananama. Jurubushi ariara ani. Shanu, masa. Salu, anania, masa. A lot of aroma, sananamasi. Andure vurevo, sananamasi. A lot of una nananamane, sulirevio. Rebedebio of ramane mosa. Adure buribidibio, sulirevi. A lot of ramene mese. Adure buroma, shananamase. Rabareba anananamasa. Roberebio nananamosa. Roberebe enderevio nananamosia. Roberebio salerevia. Adoraveremo sananamasia. Adoraberibo sananama anananamasia. Roberebio roboramanamio namonia. Roberebio roboramanamio namonia nananama. Lerebe esi oravusa silidevia. Loraberemo sanananama. Loraberemo sanananamase. Aduraburibidibi oraboremanamio nananamo. Alu shanananamasa. Anu shanananamasa. Reberebi oraboromanamio nanananamusia. Shaluraburibinemio nanananamasa. Shaluraburibinemio nanananamasa. Aduraburibidibi oraboromanamio nanananamase. Araberebi oraboromanamio namonia. Shalurabuana sananama. Salurabuana sanananama. Reberebi erebi oraboramanamio namonia nanananama so slow. Reberebi indirivionavo. Loroborema sananama. Roberebi osa lereve. Anushanananamasi. Anushanananamasi. Arubidi biyorubu romane musa. Zorobaremo sananami. Shalurubu unda anananamase. Aribidi biyon nananamusa. Lorobaroma sanananamasa. Robere biyorobaramanamiyo nananamasi. Alurubidi biyorobaramanamiyo nananamasi. Adiri biyorobaremenemiyo namo nananamasa. Salurubu undere viyan nananamasa. Lorobaremo sananami. Aduruburamanamiya nananamasa. Oh, ndiri inda. Viviri biosa dere ve. Osa dere vi nananamo. Viviri biosa dere vi. Aduruburamanamiyo nananama. Aduruburi bioroburemenemiyo nananami. Ribidibiosa de revea. Osa nananamasa. Rabidibie lidibi inda. Adosa lidibi ina sananama. Alulurubidibio nananamasa. Adurubidibio nananamasa. Luruburibo siya nananame. Ribidibiosa lidibe. Anduruburamanamio nananamo. Laraba andrevese. Loruburemos nananamani. Salariara varoma. Aduraburomanamio namoanea. Loruburemos nananamasi. Saluruburibidio namoanamio namoanea nananama. Loruburemanamio nananamasi. Dosa lera manio. Dosa lera vanio shananamasa. Oh, bibidi biora romanamio nonomusa. Adurabiri bidi biora borebede biora boa nananamusa. Loro boroma salaravasia. Adurabiri bidi bio nananamu. Robede bio nananamu. Laravasi. Laravasi Silivio. Adorable Roman Mionomoni. Saludable Ribo Salaravia. Shiyorable Rama Salaveani. And Duraburibi Orobo Ramanama. And Duraburi Bidibi Orobo Ramanami Oromonea. And Larabaremo Sinanami. Shioraboana Sinaname. And Durabaremo Sinanama. Alorobaremo Sinanamasi. Shalurabu Undiriviaraba Anananananamasa. Alurabu Undirivia Nananananamasa Sulereve. Alurabu Ramanami Unamoani Nananama. Alurabu Rabarabi Urabuani. Doshananamase. Roberabio Nananame. Shio Salaravasa Silerevia. Salurabu Undirivia Nananamasi. Loroboremo Silerevi. Dondere ando sananama. Roberebe endere vion nanamusi. Aduraburibi Oroboramanamea. Aduraburibi Oroboramanamia namanea. No musi. A roberebi Orobo no musi. Lori Oroboramanami Oramo no musi. Raberebio Loroboana nanama. La la rabio Lorabio nananama. Lara vara mana mi yoro mo nia na 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 masa. Ribidi bi yoro boramene me. Robere bi yoro boramene me. Azuru bidi bi yoro boramene mi yoro mo nia na 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 masi. Rebere bi yoro boramene mi yoro mo nia na 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 masi. Luro beremo silire via. Loro boramene mi yoro na 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 ma. Rubidi bi yoro borebere busa. Allo shalaravasi silire via. Rubidi bi yoro boramene mi. Duro borebere bi yoro boramene mi na 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 ma. Rubidi bi ossa della via. Allora vorrebbe bi ossa delle vie. Adun di Riviana. Rebe de bi ossa delle via. Lascia la raba ano no 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 mua. Lascia la raba ano no 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 mua. Duruburi bidi bi oro boroma ne mi ono moane. Si ora vossa selere vie. Shio no 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 musa selere vio no no moanea. Shalura buunda selere vi no 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 moania na 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 ma. Andara berremo selere vi duru beribini mi ono moana. Shiorobaremos sananamasi. Ribidibi o sananamasi silidibi o no 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 moane. Robidibi o salaravani. Adurubu Roma Celereviano. Ribidibio Shenanananamasi. Larava Roma Namiono Monia Nanananama. Ribidibio Nanananamasi. Shalurabu Underevia Nananananamano. Shalurabu Roma Celereve. Salutabu Rimo Sanananamasi. Robedebi Ramana Miona Moanea Nananama. Robedebi Nunumusi. Aduruburibi Ramana Miona Moanea Nananama. Aluruburibi Ramana Miona Moanea Nananama. Loraboramaname. Aduruburibi Moano Sanunumusa. Rabedebi Boani. Allora beremene miuno moanea nananama. Robere bi orobore mene meyere moani ananama. Alara berremo acelerevi. Durubrevi di bio nananamusa. Robere bi o nananamase. Luruburibo aceleravasi. Adurabo Roma sanununumu. Adarabaramene miunumo niananama. Adorable remene miunumo niananama. Arevere viosa de vi. Adorable Roma sulerevea. Donde de via si oroborevere basi. Adorable revere viorobo Roma mi. Adorable Roma sulere ereve. Lorobo Roma sulerevi. Adorable remene mio nananamasi. Adorable baby oroborabio sulereve. Vara remene mio namoania nananama. Rabarabi oroborabarabasi sulerevi. Aluruburibi oroboramene mi. Aduruburi mi unamoania nananamasa. Robarabi oroborabiana nananamasi. Anduruvu Roma siarebe anananamasa. Arribidi biyorobo ramana miyoromo ania nananama. Rabada biyosa de revese. Adurubu roma satirivi indiri biyorobo rabada bi. Na masa. Ndondiri biyandi. Aluruburi biri biyorobo rebere busa. Adundiri biyorobo na masi. Allora boramana mio nananami. Adurubiri biyorobo ramana miyoromo ania nananama. Robere biyosha nananamaso. Aduruburi biyo nananamasa. Robere biyorobo ramana musi sugire biyo. Rebere biyo nananamasa. Allora vorremmo sananamani. Allora vorribiri biyorobo rabere biyorobo ana sananama. Robere biyo lurubusa sugereve. Anu nananamani. Anu nananamani sulirevi. Aduruburi biri biyorobo ramanama. Arubiri biyorobo romanamiyo nananamasi. Adurubo roma sulirevi. Ribiri biyorobo ramanamiya nananama. Rovere vasha sulireveyo. Adurubo rama sananamani. Robere bios lere via diriana nananamasa. Robere biorobo roma namio nananamusa. Loro berrebo satiliri indiriana nananamasa. Robere bies lorebo una nanamani. Arrivederci biorobaramana mio no 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 musa. Alara yara va no sanana me. Robere bio shalara yara baramana mi. Adura buri bidi biorobaramana mio no muania. Adura buri bidi biorobaramana mio no muania na 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 ma. Ribidi biosa dereve enderianda. Loro verremo salire in na massa. Aduru buribi di biura baramana mio na ma. Alluru bidi bidi biura baramana mio no moania na ma. Aduru bidi bidi biura baramana mio na masa. Robin mia na masi. Loro veremene mio na masi. Don di via na masa. Ro shalere via signora Boguna. Loro Roma silere ve. Aduru buribo silere vi. Allora Roma silere ve. Aduru buribi oro Roma ne mio na masi. Dosa dare yaravani na ma. Aduru buribi oro Roma ne mio no musa. Lord of Rama, Salereve Andy de Vion, no Musa. A little buribi de Biorobo Ramana Miana Mane. A dosha de Enda Salaravani. Dosa na masi. Robere bio no 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 musa celere veo. Aduruburi bidi biura boramana miura musa celere veo. Larabani. Lorobo shalaravia. Lorobo shalaravia. Sioravo ananana masa. Sioravo ananana masa celere veo. Aduruburi bidi biura boramana miura moanea. Aduruburi bidi biura boramana miura moanea. Loroborova salaravase. Oshat harabaremene musi. Aluraburibiribio no musa. Roberebioroborama. Roberebioroborama. Aduruburibioroborama. Sie na ma. Sie na ma. Aloroboribiribioroboene. Aloroboribiribioroboene. Aloroboramene sanana mase. Aduraboroma silerevi. Aduruburibioroboramene miunamoane. Roberebioroboramene mio na ma. Aduruburibioroboramene mio na ma. Raberebienderebio no musi. Aluluruburine nemion no musi. Aribiribio lorobohun na mana. Larabando celereveo. Alurubiribio roboramane masa. Aduruburibi siorovo. Alas nananamasi celerevio. Roberebio lurubiribio no moania na masa celereve. Shio lurubunda. Allora vorremmo mi ora muonia na 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 ma. Adoro buru buru bi ora vorremmo mi ora muonia na 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 ma. Rabbit be oh shit via. A rubbit be oh no 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 musa. A lot of it oh na 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 me. A little bit oh no 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 musa salera via. A dura borremo salera via. A lot of us salera yera vio shudera via. Ramen mi oh na 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 masa salera va. A ribidi bi oh no 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 musi. A lot of ando salera veo. A dura boribidi bi ora boramana mi oh no 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 musa. A dura boribidi bi ora boramana mi oh no 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 musa. Lara bare mene me na 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 masia. A dura boribidi bi ora boramana mi oh no 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 musa. Rabada bi let it in that it be na 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 ma. A robada bi oh shalada vi. A robada bi oh shalada vi na 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 ma. A robada bi ora boramana me. Shio salere vasa salere ve. Loro boremene mio na 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 masa. Ramene me na 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 masi saloro voa. Rebere bio na 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 masa. Lara varema salere vi dire bio no 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 musa salera va. Osha dire bio no 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 musa. Roma mamasha nana masi. A dosha dire bio no 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 musa salera veo. A little bit of ora baramana mia na 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 ma. Dura baramana mio no 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 musa salera veo. A dura baramana mio no 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 musa salera veo. Shaluda buunde sanana namasi. Bibidi bio na namasa. Ribidi biosa de end de va. Lora bibidi bio na nama. Adura ribidi biosa de ve. Loro rebo salaravani. Adura ribidi biora boramene maso. Aroshalarava. Aroshalarava. Aduraburi biora buana nanama. Shadirabi inda salaravasi. Arobira biosa dereve. Aduraburibo silirivi. Larabaan namusa siliriya viora buani. Aduraburi biora buona silirive. Shalutabu. Shalutabu ananamasa. Aderevi orobuani. Larabaan ananamasa. Reverebion ananamusa celereve. Aduruburoma sananamasi. Adurubureba celerevio. All'uruburemo mio na 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 masa. Ribidi is that va. Nduru Roma sanana na masi. Robedebio lorobu na 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 ma. Adidivie na 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 masi. Shalu lorobu na saderevia. Shalurubu unda sanana na me. Rabedebo saderevia. Loroborebo saderevia. Ando na 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 masa saderevia. Rubidi yoroborama mio na 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 ma. Loroborebe mio na 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 mosa. Adudibidibidi yoroborama mio na 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 masi. Rebede biosa lerevio. Lorobosa lerevio. Rubide bushe. Adondi divia na 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 masa. Aluribidi yoroborama mi. Aduribidi yoroborama musa. Loroborama mio na 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 masa. Larabaremos satirivi. Alurubiribidibiyodabaramani. Aluruburibidibusi. Alurubirama saleriviye nananamasi. Aduruburamaname nananamasa. Zoruburimanimeyo nananamasa. Larava en dereviana nanamase. Rividivi in dereviona nananamasa. Aduruburibidibi oroboramaname nananamasi. Saluduburibidibi oroboramanamiyo no 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 mo. Laraba ando suderevi. Aduruburamanamiyo nananamasa. Aluruburibidibiyo nananamasa. Donde de enda salaravian nananami. Shiorabaramanamasi. Luruburibidibiyo nananamasa. Salaraba ando nunununumosa salaravia. Shalurubure mionamo. Robere biel larava masa. Anurubu mionamo. Larabase selere endere masa. Shio no musi selere biel vion no musa sanana maneo nurmundia niniande. Loro vorremmo essere via. Aduraburibi ora varamana mio no musa. Loro vorrebbe mio na masi. Loro boa na masi. Aduraburibi mio na boa na masa. Ro berebia na ma. Ro berebia na ma. Aduraburibi ora vorremene mio no mo. Lara barrema satiri di ora veramana mi ora muania na ma. Lura baribi di bi ora baramana mi na masa. Shalura baribi di bi ora baramana mi na masi. Salara yara varomana mi ora muania salara va. Dura baribi di bi ora baramana mi ora muania na masi. Robe be in the vilana na masa. Duro ribi di bio na masi. Laravando solaravasa solereve. Duro ribi di bio na ma. Duro ribi di bio na mase. Dosa lera viinda. Duruburibirio no musi. Loro boguna sanana namasi. Roverabiosa laravasa. Adurubu romanamio no musi silerevio. Reverabio nananamasa silereve. Ribiribio romanamio no musa. Raberebe enda. Raberebe enda silerevi. Adurubu ribiribio shananamasa. Allora vorrei essere silerevi. Adurubu ramanamio nananami. Adurubu ramanamio vorrei busa silereveo. Anu shanananamase. Alo shalorabu wunda anananamane. Robere biorobo romanimusa silerevi. Adurubu ribiribi orobo ramanami oromoani anananama. Rabere biorobo ramane masa. Doshi yorobo remo silerevi anananama. Anananamani anananama. Anananamani anananamasa. Robere biosa de revi. Alirivi indivio nananamasi. Selerevi orobo ramane miona moanea. Larabaramana miona moani. Loro berevere vi orobo romane miona nananamusa. Shalirivi inda sananamase. Duruburibi orobo ramana miona moanea nananama. Reverebe orobo romane miona moanea nananamasa. Lorobo remene miona nanamusi. Luruburibi orobo ramana masa. Alo shanananamasi. Adurubaro manamiyo no 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 musa. Adurubiribidibiora baramanamasa. Adurubaroma salidavi. Adurubiribidibiyosha laraviarava ane sananamasa. Adurubiribidibiyo nananamase. Osateraviarava ande. Adurubaroma salidavi. Adurubarebedebiyo nananamasa. Rubedebiyo saladavi. Lorobore manamia nananamasa saladavo. Adurubiribidibiyo rabo saladavi. Aribidibiyo raboram manamianamano. Alarabaramanamiuramoania nananamasa. Adurubiribidibiyo raborabarabiyarayaraba. Adurubiribidibiyo nananamasa. Alloroborebo silidivi. Ribidibi indidivio nananamasa. Alloroboroma silidivi. Larabremo satiliri indidia nananamasa. Dos lorobuonda. Dos lorobuonda nananamese. Adoroboremenebio no mo. Rebedebio silidivi. Aduruburibidibi-o, no, 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 Musa. Larabaan, nananamasa. Aduruburebidibi-o, no, 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 Musi. Rabidibi-edibaan, nananama, saluriuruburomanami. Adarabaremanemi-unamoania, nananama. Luruburebidibi-urubuan, nananamasi. Aduruburo, bababasha, nananamaso. Aduruburibidibi-urubuan, nananamani. Shioroburemo sididibi. Aduruburomanemi-unamoania, nananama. Shaloraburebo sididibiya. Aduruburibidibi-uruburomanemusi. Ravidibio sididibi. Ravidibio sididibi. Adundidivia saladava. Robadibiurabaromanamiana nananamasa saladayadave. Shio no 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 musi salidivi. Shio no 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 musi salidivi. Alorabaremanamiunamuandiana nananama. Alorabarebiurabuania nananamase. Rabidibiurabaramaniamasa salidivi. Aduruburebo salaravasa. Aluruburibidibiurabo. Aluruburibidibiurabo. Adurubaramanamiyanama. Aluruburibidibiurabusa. Daravarama salarave. Andura buribidi biora moania. Robert bio na 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 masi. Andura buribidi biora boramana biora moania na 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 ma. Alara baramene biora moania na 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 mase. Dosha laravaano salirevu. Robert biora boroma salariya na 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 masi. Alu salirevuhune sierra biora borama ne masa. Shalurabu unda salereve. Salaraba na 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 masa salorovoa. Shalurubu Roma Salerevi Duruburi Binibiona Moane. Robert Bios Salerevia na 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 masa. Lorabo on de Vasa. Robert Biorabo una Salereve. Andururimo Sanana masa. Aduruburimo Sanana masa Shio Laravaane. Aduruburama Sio no 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 muse. Aduruburama Sio no 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 muse. Aduruburibio na 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 masa salereve. Aduruburibio shalerevasa salereve. Allo na 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 ma salereveo. Aduruburibio ramanevia na 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 me. Loroboroma salerevia. All'urimo salereve. Roma salereve. No salaravia no 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 mose. Aduraburi biribiora bowo na 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 masa. Allurabu na 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 moania na 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 mase. Adoro ribi de biora boromana mio nananama ani. Adoro rebe de biosa de la via. Alluro ribi de biora boramana mio nananama. Adoro boramana mio nananama se. Adoro rebe de bio nananama si su de via. Shalara Baharoa. Salara Baharoa. Aduruburibidio no musi. Adarabaroma salareve. Aduruburibi siyo salaravasa. Laraba ando no mose salareveo. Aduruburo manamia nanamaane salarevi. Aduruburo nanamia nanamaane salarevi. Arrivedervi oroboromaniyo no musi. Larabaharea salarevo. Dosati de vio no ma. Aluruburibi oroboramane masa. Aluruburibi oroboramane mi oromoane nanama. Larabaan dos salarevi. Luruburamane mio no musi. Aduruburamane mio no musi. Rovere bioro romane mio na masa. Saliri vi inde laravaharo. Saluda vuunda laravaharo na mase. Rovere biosa lereve. Aduruburibini biora boani. Satire vio shalaravaso. Luruburibini bio na masa. Shiereve enda salaravasia. Luruburibini bio no musa. Luruburi menemio no musa. Aduruburama nemio ruburibere busa sederevi. Duruburoma sederavasi. Adorabuana sedereve. Adoraburoma sedereve. Aduruburibidio, no 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 musi. Larabaharova, Salaravasa, Salerave, and Diribio, no 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 musi. Larabahane, Salerevova. Aduruburibidio, Raboramana Masi. Roberabio, Shalaravaso. Aluraburiba, Salarava Andi. Aluraburibo, Sananamasa. Aduruburemo, Sananami. Aduruburibidio, Ramanamio, Nananama. Larabaroma, Salidavi. Larabaroma, Salidavi. Aluruburibidio, Ramanamaso. Rabadabo, Salidave. Rubidibio, Salarava. Aduruburi, Menibiono, Moanea, Nananamasi. Aduruburu, Salidavi. Aduruburu, Salidavi. Shaluda Buane, Salidaveo. Adurubaroma, Saladavi. Lora Burama, Salida Via. Aluruburibo, Salidavi. Aduruburibo, Salidavi. Rabadabiarabana. Aduruburi, Bidibiorabo Ramana Musa. Zorabaroma namaana nanama. Adurubaribidibiora borama nama. Adurubaribidibiora boana nanamase silidivio. Anusa nananamasa. Loraborama nananamasi. Adurubaroba silidivia. Shiorabu nananamasa silidivio. Adurubaribidibiora namioramo ania silidivia. Lara Baharova. Lara Baharova Silireve. Aduraboramanami Yoraboria Sikandriondri Anda. Aduraborabarabi Yorabounda Salarivia Ravasa Silireve. Ado Shalarava Ani Silirevi. Shalurubu Nananamasia. Shalurubu Nananamasi. Aduraburibini Yoraboromane Musa Silarava. Anduraburibini Yoraboromane no Musa. Alaraba Ando Silarave. Ribini Biosa Lereve Ananamasi. Loraboremo Silaravani. Aduraburibini Yoraboramana Masa. Aluraburibio Nananamasi. Aduraborom Anamio no Musa. Rabidebe Esi Yoravosa Silirevi. Larabarabarebi Yoraburibere Busa Silirevi. Adurabureberebi no Musi. Aluraburibi Yoraboramane Masa. Aluraburama Silirevi. Nduraburoma Silireve. Aluraburibi Yorabuani. Shalaraba Ando Silirevi. Lorabo Nanamasi Silirevi Yoraburamane Yoramoanea. Arubidibiosuli. Aduraburibidibioroboana. Lorobareba salerevia. Rabidibiosa laravasa. Robidibiesa laraviana nanamasi. Aduraburiba washananamasa. Adoraboremo salaravia. Adoraboremo salaravia nananamasa. Shalurabu unda sananamase. Adurabiribidibi oroboromanabiyo nananamasi. A lot of aroma, salaravia, salariara, bremenemi oromo, neanananamasa. Dorobo sasananama. Alirivie siorobo. Alirivie siorobo. Arubidi bionomo ania nananamasa. Aduraba romana mio nananamasa. Anduraba rimo sananamase. Aduraba rimo sananamia. Loraba rimo salerevia. Shio saleriviana. Don dirivio no musi. Viviribie si oravosa. Raviribie si oravoani. Adurabaramana mio no musa salerava. Alirivi isse salereve. Anosha nanamasa. Adurabaribiribio shalaravano. Adurabaribiribio salaraviaravano. Adurabaribo salaravi. Laravaano salarave. Adurabaremo salaravi. Ribiribi osa nananamasi. Lorabaremo salaravasa. Lorabaremo sananamasa. Adurabaribiribi orabaramanaminyo no musi. Ribiribi esi anaviorabo nasanananama. Lorabaribiribi orabo anananamasa. Lurabarebo salaravi in nananamisa salaravi orabaroma. Durabarimo sananamase. Do shalaravaso sananamasa. Adoshi edavasi silirivi. Rovere biorabona sadereve. Aduraba Roma nemio nananamase. Aduraba Roma nemio namonia nananamasa. Sio salaravasi. Sio salaravasi senenamea. Shaloraba Roma sananama. Salorabo Roma sananama. Adurabiribi oraboramanamasi. Adurabiribi oraboramanamio nananamasa. Alere die sioro voona sananamasi. Arubiribi oraboramanamio namonia nananamasa. Rabere biorobo robere biorobo ania nananamasa. Sio nananamasi silirivi. Robere biorobo romene musa. Enduro remo sadananamasi. Lo shalarava noa. Doselere via. Shiorobo rumere musa selere via. Saludable unda sananamasi. Revere bioselere viana nanamasi. Revere biona nanamusa. Dosha larava ande de biorobo nanamusi silire via. Alarabaso silire vio. Durubusa sananamasi. Aluruburibo silire via. Adurabarabarabio Sidereve. Adurabarabiorabaram Enamie Nananamasi. Shalurabuunda. Shalurabuunda. Adurabaremo Siderevi. Rividibio Salarava Ando Nunununamusi. Salurabaona Salarava. Laraba ande Sidereviorabuni Sinenamia. Ravidibioraba Masa Siderevea. Adurabari Vidibioraba Ramanemioramo Nananama. Ravidibioravosa Siderevia. Ravidibiosa Larava Ana Siderevia. Adurabaribioravosa Siderevea. Rividibiosa Laravasa Siderevia. Adorable Roma Siderevia. Adorable Rimo Silarava. Robert no Musa Sidereveo. Adorable Ribidibio no Musa Sidereveo. Larabaramio Lereve Ende Siderevia. Robert Biorabo Ramanama. Adorable Roma Siderevia. Anduravaremo Siderevi Adariana Nanamasa. Roberabio Salereveo. Ribidibio no Musa. Rabidabio Salarayara Baremo. Do Shanananamasi. Adurabaroma Silerevi. Adurabaroma Silerevi Shalorovoa. Dosha tara harabarabasi sile. Aduruburibi oroboramana musa. Aduruburibi oroboramana musa. Rabarebi erebio nananamasi. Anusha larava. Aduruburemo silirivi. Luruburibo silirivi shiorobuona sanananamase. Aduruburamana mio nananamani. Aduruburama silirivi. Allora berebio silirivi. Roberebio shalaravasa. No silirivi erava ananamase. Roberebio salarava ananamasa. Roberebio shalarevi indirevio nananamusi sulirevi. Laraba anananamasa sulireve. Roberebio robarobanamio nananamo. Dorobaremanamio namo nia nananamasa. Lorobarebenebio nananamasa. Dorobaremanamio nananamusi. Adurubaraberebio nananamase. Shiorabaremo sananama. Adurubaribidibioda baramanamasa. Roberebio saleravi. Adoroborebo Silerevi. Loraborebo Silerevi. Adoroboramana mionamo. Adoroboramana mionamo ania nananama. Adoraborabarabioroborebene misa Silerevi. Adoroboramana mionamo ania nananamasa. Roberebiosa lara yaravahani nananamasa. Luruburibo Silerevi. Adoroboroma Silerevea. Aduruburibidibioroboraberebio Silerevi. Aduruburibidibioroboani. Roberebio Silereveo. Loroboremerebio nananananamasi. Luruburibo Silaravi. Siosa nananamasi Silereveo. Roberebio roboromene mianamane. Aduruburibidibioroboraberebasi. Shio nananamasi Silerevi. Shalaramba ando nunumusi. Aduruburebo Silere erevioroboramene mianamane. Aduruburibidibioroboramanami. Loroborebo Silerevia. Aduruburibidibioroboramene mio nananame. Alarabandi Silerevi. Arobere bioro boromene mio suderava. Adurabere bioro boromene mia na 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 masa. Aduraburi biri bioro borebere biaraba andi. Aduruburoma sulidivi. Alarabaramani bioro boania. Alara yara bioro bo na 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 mo. Aduruburi bioro boremene misa. Allora boroma sulidive. Alara yara bereberi bio na 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 masa. Dosho daraba na 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 masa. Robere bioro boramene bio na 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 ma. Loro borrebo sulidivi. Loro bereberi bio na 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 ma. Robere buon de vasa. Adoro boramene mio na 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 masi. Ribere biosa de revesa na 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 masa. Adoro buri bidi bioro boramene mio no mo ania na 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 ma. Adoro boramene mio bo ribere bioro bo ania na 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 mase. Shiora vosa. Allora vorremmo na 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 mi. Allora vorremmo signora Vani. Adorable Roma Senanamasi. Adorable Undarava Nanamase. Roberebi Yorobo Ramanamio Nananami. Roberebi Yorobo Ramanamio Nananami. Adurabaribo Salibi Yara Yara Ramanamio Nananamosa. Lara barrebe de bion nananamase salari yara baroma na biona mo ene nananama aduru buri bidi biora baroma na miona mo ene nananama Lara barrebe de biora baroma na miona mo ene nananama Loro barabara biora bo Loro barabara biora bosa salere via aduru buri bidi biosha nananamasa Adurubiribiyosa lereve. Alosha nananamasa salerevi. Ribiribiyosa lereve ananamasi. Adorabrimos nananamasa. Aro ramanamiya nananamasi. Adurubiribiribiyoramanamiyo nananama. Alurubiribiribiyoramanamiyo nananamase. Larava ano sanananame. Durubiribi oroboromio no mo. Alariara beribi oroboromane mosa solidavi. Shalutabu una sananamase. Shalutabu una nananamase solidave o shalidavi. Shalutabu una nananamasa. Shalutabu una nananamasa. Lorabremos sananamasi. Donde deviesi orabramanamaso. Lorabremos de devia si arava ananamasa. Adurabribi divi orabramanamasi. Dorabrebo satirivi. Lorobo remene maana na namase. Robere biosa darava andare vio no musi. Lorobo rebere bio na namasa. Rebere biosa daravi indire vio na namasa. A little bit bio na namasi. A little bit bio shadareveo. A durable Roma salereve. Dos laraba andes nanamasi. A little bit biora baramana bio nananama. Adora remo salereve. O salereve ora bo nananamusa. Rabberebe end the viosa leravi. Robert biosa lerava. A durable bio nananamusi. A loro borremo salervi. A diribidi ora borremene mio no. A duriborremo. Loro borreba salervi. A duriborrabedebi ora berebedebi nuriona. A duriboribo salarava. Luruburiba salervi na masa. Shalurubu unda sananana masi. Lereve na maso salerevo. Aluruburibi orobo ramana mio na masa. Aduruburibi orobo ramana mio na masa. Shalare yara varavarabasi sirivi orobo ania. Alaraba andora vuun masi. Alora boremene mi una moania nananama. Avevere mi ora boramane mi una moania nananamase. Rovere viosa dere via. Shalere via nananamase. Shalere via nananamase. Osa tarabaremene mi una moania nananamasa. Aduru bere bere bi ora boremene mi no 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 more. A little via vi ora boramana mi osha dere via. Aduru boramene mi eneme. Aduru boramene mi eneme. Silere voa. Shaluru bu unde na 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 masi. Lere vi ora boramene mi una moania na 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 ma. Aduru bere bere bi ora bosa silere vi. Rivere vi osha dara vaharea na 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 masa. Aduru bere bere bi ora boramana mi na 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 ma. Adoro vorremmo sedere via. Adoro vorremmo sedere via. Shioro vorramana masa. Adoro vorroma sedere veo. Shioro vorrebo sedere via. Adonde di andere vassa sedere vea. Adoro vorrebe di ora vorramana mia. Allora vorrama sedere vea. Rovere viosa dere va. Rovere viosa lere vassa sedere veo. Adoro Roma, sananamasi. Adoro Roma, sananamasi. Laraba andere ve. Adoro ribidibio, shananamasa. Adoro ribidibio, shananamasa. Arrevedibio, nananamasi. Arrevedibio, nananamasi. Alurubuunda, anananamaso. Allora buunda, anananamaso. Adurubiribi oroboremenemi. Aduruberemo silirevi. Salarava ando silirevi. Shalura buunda. Lo shalaravasi sananamasa. Adurubiribi oroboremenemi. Aduruburam esi oroborabaravasi. Roverebio shalarava sananamasa silirevi. Adurubiribi oroboremenemi o nananamusa. Sion nananamasi. Roberebo osalerevi. Shio salaravasi salirevi. Shio salarevi orobo una sananamasa. Adurubiribi orobo remenemasi. Alurubiribi orobo rabaravasi. Adurubiribi orobo ramenemasa. Adurubu Roma salirevi. Lorobo osa salirevea. Luruburemo sananamasi salirevi. Lorobureberebi orobuani. Adurubu Roma salirevio. Lorobu Roma salirevi. Saderebe edereviana nananamasi. Adurubremo satirivi. Adurubroma sadereveo. Adurubroma sadereveo. Adurubribidibiurabo saderevea. Adurubu nananamase sadereve. Laraba ando sadereveo. Rabere buusa lereve ananamasa. Robere be endaravasa salirevi. Adurabari biribiorabo undiriviana nananamasa. Lirivi isi oravosa salaravasa. Adurabari biribio nananamusi salirivi. Rabadaba asalirevio. Adurabaribo sati lirivi inda nananamasa. Lorobaroma salereve. Adurabaribo salirivi anananamasa. Lurubaribi orobaroma sananama. Adurabaramanami oromoni anananama. Adurabaribi orobaribusa. Adurabarebo salirivi. Adurabaroma salirive. Durubu Roma sananamasi. Durubu Roma sananamasi. Arribidibi yorubu ramana musa. Lurubu Roma sananami. Donde viana nananamasa. Durubu Roma salerevia. Siorubu Romane musi. Larabaramane miuna muania nananama. Lurubu ribidibiso salereve. Durubu Roma salereveo. Donde in and misa. Aluruburame de mio no musa. Shiora Roma sedere via, siora unda. Alora Roma sananamasi. Shiora Roma salarava ananamasa. Saluda unda ananamase. Saluda unda sananamase. Lora Roma salidevi. Adurabaribo salidevi. Shalurabusa saladavase. Adurabaribi Urabaramanamu no musa. Adurabaramene nanamasi. Adurabaroberebi oshalaraviarava ananamaso. Aluraburibi Urabo nanamaso. Ribidibi sioravosa. Shalurubura menemeene. Shalurubua nenemeene salidevoa. Duruburi biribi oshalaravase. Aluruburova salidevia. Aluruburova salidevia. Anduruburoma nemiyoramoa neananama. Salarava ando. Salarava ando. Shalurabuunde ananamasi. Aduruburibiyoroboromeremusa. Salarava ando salerevea. Shio sananamasi. Aduruburibiyo no musa. Lereve enda salaravasi salerevia. Roberebio no musa salaravasa. Aduruburibiyo nananamasi. Aluruburibiyo bobashia nananamasa salereveo. Adurubura menemea nananamosa salirevi. Aduruburibiribia nananamasa salereveo. Aduruburoma. Siora Roma salerevio. Vaberebe salerevio. Raberebe andirevio no musa. Shalurubusa salerevia. Shalurubusa salerevia sioro vose. Adurubura meneme ananama. Aluruburibo salerevia. Aludavu rivo salidevi asha nananamasha. Adarabarabara biurabu romana mio nananamuse. Adurabarama. Adurabarama saledavia. Adurabu ribiribisa. Alorabo Roma Celerava. Adurabo Ramanemase. Adurabo Rebo Celeravi. Adorabo Roma Sananami. Adurabo Rebo Celeravi. No Sanananamasa Celerava. Aludabo Romanamusa Celerava. Larabaramami Unamoanea Nananamasi. Adorable Roma, Sanananamasi. Ribidi Biorobo Shasileve. A ribidi Biorobo Sasileve. A lot of rabbit be esi oro brumane musi silivio. And durable romane mi oro moani. Shiorobo Roma Sileva. Adurable Rova Sileva. A lot of ramen mi o nananamosi. Adurubu rebe de bion nananamosi silivio. Rabbit de biorobo ramen de biorobo anea nananama. Alorio robo robe rebose. Alaria rabarama nemiona mane ananamasi. Alorobo rebe de biorobo rebe de biorobo anisa lidivi. Adurabo salaravasa. Alorobo roma salidivi. Durabo rebere bosa salire via. Shiora bosa larava andi sanana namasa. Rabareba andara vasa salire vea. Robere bi on de visa. Laraba ando salire via. Andurabo romane mi oromo ania nananamasa. Shalurabo on de viorabo ania nananamasa. Adurabo rebo salire vasia. Adurabo roma sananamaso. Adurabo ribi orabo ramane mia nananama. Adurabo ribi orabo rabadebi o salire vi. Alariarama ano sananamasia. Shiorabo roma salarava. Ribidibi isalavasa salaravi. Adurabo roma sananamase. Loro yorabo rem enemi unamuana sananamasa. Adurabo ribidibiosa. Rebidibiosa leravi. Rebidibiosa leravi salutavusa. Shiorobo roma saleravi. Shiana nanamasa salereveo. Adurabo roma sananamasi salirevi orobo rama mamasha. Adurabo romane musa salereveo. Adurabo romane musa salereveo. Abibidi orobo romane mioromo ani. Adurabo roma salereveo. Adurabo roma salereveo. Shiorobo unda. Alerevi yara yara baramana masi. Rabadebi salerevi. Adurabo roma salaravasi. Adurabo rebedebi orabo ondereviana nananama. Adurabo roma satereve. Alurabo ribidibi o shalaravania nananamase. Ribidibi o salaravia siorovosia. Adurubu ramene masa sidireve. Adurubu rimo salaravasi. Siyo shalaraba ando nunununu musa. Salaraba ando sidireveo. Shalurubu diriviarava ane sidirevia. Robidibio nananamasi sidirevia. Alorubu roma salaravasi sidirevea. Adurubu ribidibio shananamasa. Alorobo Roma sananamasi. Adurubu Roma salarava ananamaso. Adurubu ribiribi yorobo ramanamiyo nononamusi. Ribiribi yorobo romanamiyo shadara harabasa. Adurubu osa dereve. Alorobo Roma salaravasi saderevi. Adurubu remeneme nananamasi. Adurubu raberebio no. Adurubu reberebio no mosa. Adurubu reberebio no mosa. Alorobu raberebese sidirevi. Adurubu Roma sidireveo. Adurubu reberebi osa derevi. Adurubu ro berebi o nananamasi. Solorobo onda sananamasi. Reberebi yorobo ramanami yorobo ania nananama. Shaluru vusa celereveo. Siorobo Roma sananamasi. Shio nananamasi celereveo. Luruburibo celereva sananama. Shiorobo Roma celerevia. Siorobo ona sananama. Siorobo ona sananamase. Robere biorobo romene musa. Robere biorobo romene musa. Adurabo rebo celerevia. No sananamasa. Andurabo ramane mio shalereve enda. Shalaravaso celerevia. Aduruburibo Luruburi bobabasha na 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 ma. Duruburi bo shalaraba na 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 ma. Rabidabiosa lereve. Rebidabi esi yorovosa salarava. Robidabi yorovosa salarevia. Shiora Roma sananama. Dosa larava ano sananamasi. Siora Roma sananamasi. Shiora Roma ninio nunumusa. Shiora Roma salerevia. Aduruburibibi oroba Roma nemusa. Shiora Roma sananamasi. Aduruburoba bababisha nananama. Aduruburoba babasha nananama. Doroborame nebio nananamosa. Aduruburo nananamosha nananamosha. Robere bi essa de revisi ora per Rome nemusa. Siora bo onda sananama. Robere bi ossa de revi. Siora bo Roma sa de revi. Ossa nananamasi se le reveo. A robere bi o musa. Loroba Roma Sananama. Aduruburibidibi Yoroba Ramanemasi. Aduruburibidibi Yoroba Ramanemasi Salereveo. Aduruburebidibi Yorobosa. Aduruburoma Salirevi. Aduruburebidibi Yoroba Ramanami Yonomoania. Aduruburoma Salirevi. Loroburebidibi Yoroba Ramanemaso. Adorable Menemiyonomo Nanamaso. Larabarabanamiyonomo Neyanananama. Lara Yarabaramanamiyonomo Neyanananama. Adurabaribidibiosha Lereve. Adurabarebo Asilerevi. Adorabarebo Asilerevi Sananamasa. Adorabaromaneme Nananamasa. Aduruburibidibi Oraboramanamio no 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 more. Alara Bahare Sudirivi. Aduruburibidibi Oraboramaname. Aduruburoma Sudirivi. Ledevi out of the Oraboramanami Anamane. Aluruburi Bidibi Orobo Anananamasi Sudiriveo Shalarabusa. Robidibi Osa Lidivi. Shalurabo onda senananamasi. Shalurabo onda senananamasi. Andorabo onda selaravasi. Shiorabo onda seleravi. Alurabo rema selaravasa senenemoa. Roberabio, Lurubu Una, Sananana Masi. Aloraba o, Nananana Muna, Sananana Masi. Shio, Salarava Andi, Senadami. A ruby de Biorobo Roman and Miono Moanea. A ruby de Biorobo Roman and Miono Moanea. Alo, Salarava Anduravu Niananama. And Lurabosa de Revi. Sio Nananamasi. Saluda Buribi de Biorobo Ramana Miono Moane. Adura Buribi de Biorobo Ramana Miono Moane. Adura Buribi de Biorobo Rabba de Biorobo Na. Allora vorrebbe si aravani, si orobo undere viaravasa. Allora borroba salarava andi selere vie. Rebere biosa lere vie. Allora vorrebo selere vie. Allora vorrebo selere vie. Anduro boramana mi una moanea. Allora vorrebo selere vie. Oh, na massa selere va. Robere biosa de vie, si orobosa. Ribidi biorobo, no, mosia. Larava ande de vese. Robere biosa laravano, sananamase. Adorable Roma, shananamasi. Lorobere de bio, nananama. Doroborebo a sede via. No shananamasi. Luruburibiribio, nananamasa. Leraviesi orobuani, sunanami. Adurabureberebiosa de revisi orovosa. Aroberebio no musi. Aduruburon no musi. Alarabaramana miono moanea. Alarabaramana miono moanea na masi. Shaluruburuba shaharamane. Aduruburemene miono moanea na masa. Siora beremo asilirivia. Salora bawunda sanana namasia. Shalura baribidibi ora baramanami ona moanea nananama. Adura baribidibi ora barabadabasa. Adura baroma. Shiora vosa silireve. Adura baribidibi ora barabadabasi. Adura baroma silirevi. Sio shananama. Sio shananama. Aluruburi minimio no muani. Aluruburebo asilirivi. Aloroboroma siderevasa. Aduruburibibi oroborabarabasi. Loroborebo shananamasa. Aduruburam eneme enanamasi. Roberebi orobarabi yara yara barabarabasa. Aluruburibibi orobosi. Aduruburoma siderevi. Sioroboroma nemio nanamusa. Lord of Roma, Salaravasi. Aduruburibibiora Ramanabiuna Moanea. Vibibiora Bossa Silerevi. Aduruburam and Emion and Musa. Rabbit and the Viosa Laravi. Aduruburibo Shinanamasi. Adurubureba Rabi and Nanamasa. Duruburibibi, Oroboramanamio, Nananamia. Aduraburabi and the Viaravasa. Aduruburibibi, Oroboramanamio, Nunumusa. Alorabuna, Salaravasi. Aduruburibibi, Oroboramanamia, Nananama. Saluruburibibi, Oroboramanamio, Nananamusa. Aduruburabi and the Viana, Nanamasi, Silivio. A little bit raw, Ramanamian, and